We are live on a Wednesday, excuse me. It's Wednesday. That's the week we're having. It's the week that the Phillies had starting last night. They wished it was Monday, not Tuesday. They hope to be better on Wednesday. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the show live on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, how's everybody feeling? Bad night last night for the Phils. It all started with this Castellanos story that kind of manifested to the field. The Phillies could not get anything going offensively last night. Although Topper did say after the game, I thought we hit the ball well. He liked the approach on offense. They hit the ball hard last night, but they scored 3 runs in the game last night against a pitcher in Cal Quantrill that they really beat up the last time they saw him, which makes it frustrating. Look, over a 162, I know everybody says you got to beat the Marlins. You're not going to beat them every single time, okay? You can't beat them every single time you play them. But last night just felt like a night that they just did not want to compete. They were not competitive in the game really at all. I mean, it was actually, you say that, and the Phillies had a 3-2 lead in the 5th. The problem was Luzardo just did not have it last night. He had no command at all last night. He could not just consistently. He threw 103 pitches in the game in 5 innings. That tells you how many, the amount of pitches he threw in just 5 innings last night. Kind of tells you how he just could not command last night. He only threw 59 strikes in the game, and that's a Luzardo effort last night that I think's got to concern you a little bit. You know, he threw well his last time out after those 2 bad outings. He's thrown, it seemingly was coming around, but he's nowhere near the guy he was the first couple times out. And you don't have to wonder if he's not the guy he was the first month and a half of the season. Now, I don't think he's the guy that gave up 12 runs and then followed it up with another terrible outing. But if he's just like this guy, is that good enough? So that's something to kind of think about. We now have to keep a closer eye on Luzardo because after May, you go after April and May, you're thinking Jesus Luzardo is the clear number 2 behind Zach Wheeler on this staff, right? You go to April. In the month of April, he had a 144 earned run average. He was 2-0 in 5 starts. He had 5 starts in April. He looked like the Cy Young of the league. In May, that number in 6 starts went up to 556, and that was aided by that one game. In June, his ERA is 8.78. So you got to start asking yourself, hey, is Luzardo the number 2 on the playoff staff, or what am I thinking with that? So I think the Castellanos thing we'll get into. Actually, Charlotte Varnes, who was down there last night, she's covering the series for The Athletic. She was the one that basically put the tweets out yesterday, all the quotes. She was the one that talked to Castellanos about being benched yesterday. So we're going to talk to her in about 25 minutes from now about how this all happened yesterday. What was the day like? How did it kind of come up when she saw the lineup card did not have Castellanos in it? That kind of started the day of, wait, this is kind of weird. So we'll talk to Charlotte in about 25 minutes. But there's a lot of things from last night we can really take. Now, not having Castellanos there really didn't affect the game. Although you could say that ball to right field, which is ironic because he is not known for his defense. It's a play that Kepler, he loses it in the lights per se. But does Castellanos make that play? I mean, is he a guy that just has a better feel of playing right field? He's played more right field than Kepler has this year. Does he just have a better read of the ball off the bat in right field? Kepler's played plenty of right field. He just hasn't done it much this particular year. And he just had a wonky, kind of handcuffed him a little bit. And that's kind of a big moment in the game, right? I mean, that moment where Kepler misses that ball, it leads to, 3 runs in that inning they end up getting in the, what was that, the 6th?
Yeah, and I would like what Ruben Amaro Jr. said. He pointed out multiple times that, that ball was lost in the lights. Crucker mentioned the broadcast last night. Like, that was one of those balls that probably almost anyone would have missed. It wasn't just, Kepler having a bad day. I think that was one of those just, wrong spot, wrong time things.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's easy to say he lost it in the lights. I mean, that's what it looked like. And we have no idea if Castellanos, he's one of the worst defensive outfielders in the game in terms of the analytics. But, he does have a better feel of playing right field every single day. Maybe he gets a different read on that ball. Maybe he's positioned a little differently. Who knows? But this whole thing started because Thompson subbed Castellanos out on Monday night, and Castellanos, now reading Charlotte's piece at The Athletic, this is another addition to the piece. Castellanos, after the game Monday night, sitting in the clubhouse all by himself in the corner, kind of sulking about this. We're going to talk to her about that scene. Did anybody really talk about this? Is this something that kind of just was like, hey, it's over with? We'll see. But as Ruben Amaro brought up, they talked about this on the Phillies Show podcast today with Zalecki, Ruben Amaro, and Jim Salisbury. I think everybody listening to the sound of my voice right now all agrees on what Ruben Amaro Jr. says, that subbing Castellanos out defensively, it makes all the sense in the world.
The move that Rob Thompson made is perfect, especially in that ballpark, over a 1-run lead, get the best defensive players there, and go. That's what you do. That's what you do as a manager. You put your best defensive team out there. No disrespect to Castellanos, because the balls, when he gets to the baseball, he catches it. But he doesn't have the range and the overall foot speed that other people have. Marsh, Kepler, on the corners.
Right. This isn't like rocket science here. Which is why it's perplexing to me that Castellanos takes any offense to this. Like, that bothers me that Castellanos takes offense to this. Because what do we talk about the Devers thing? Devers, a teammate gets hurt. Can you play first base because the guy got hurt? We're not asking you to become a first baseman because we wanted to pull one over you. The whole Devers thing is they signed Bregman. They play third base. Bregman originally was going to play second base, then they changed their mind. He's going to go to third base. They told Devers he's going to be the DH. Devers says, I don't want to be the DH. He finally begrudgingly agrees to be the DH. That whole story. Well, then Cassius gets hurt. They ask him, hey, will you go to first? He says, no, I've already changed positions on you once. Oddly enough, he goes to San Francisco and says, I'll play whatever position you need me to play. And it was the DH last night. But, Devers is a bad teammate because they didn't ask him to move to first base because that was what they were trying to ultimately do. They needed him to go to first base to help the team. And him saying no to that broke the team apart. They had to trade him. So if Nick Castellanos can't come to terms with the fact that the team is making a move to better the team, your pride notwithstanding here. Hey, Nick, yes, he'll catch the ball if it's hit to him. But there's some balls that he could probably get to that he doesn't. This isn't a secret. He's not a great right fielder. I've said, listen, he was terrible his first year here. I thought he got much better, and he's a average right fielder at this point. But there's no question playing Marsh in left, Rojas in center, and Kepler in right is a better defensive outfield. And in the game the other night, when they replace Nick Castellanos on Monday night, it's the right move 10 out of 10 times in that game. You have a lead, right? You have a lead in that game. You put your best defensive outfield out there to close that game out. It's a big outfield, and you make sure that you have your best outfielders in the game. So Rojas goes into the spot. Now, is Castellanos upset, I guess, because Rojas came to hit at one point? Like, in that game, Castellanos would have came up to bat one more time. And, yes, you'd rather have Castellanos come up to hit than Rojas in every situation in the book. But you have the lead in that game. You're not worried about Rojas hitting in that spot. So that's what bothers me more about Castellanos in this spot is, do you not get it? Like, Castellanos, he hit in the 8th inning. So at that point in that game, he flied out to center to start the 8th, right? You think his at-bats are done for the day. Now, it's a 3-1 game at that point. You have a 2-run lead. So Rojas goes into the game in the bottom of the 8th with a 3-1 lead. You're thinking it's a 3-1 game. Castellanos just hit. His spot in the order is most likely not going to come back up. So I'm going to put my best defensive outfield out there. Now the Marlins make it a 3-2 game. So now it's a 1-run game. Okay, that makes it a little itchier. But you still have a 3-2 lead. And Rojas ends up coming up with the score 5-2. So the game, because Bohm drove in 2 runs to make it, at that time, there was 2 outs in the 9th. Bohm singled, right, and he made it 5-2, right? Bohm's the one that made it 5-2. Sorry, I was trying to remember back to Monday night. So Bohm makes it 5-2. At that point, you don't think Castellanos' spot in the order is going to come back up, but if it does, it only comes back up because you scored enough runs to allow his spot to come back up. I don't need Castellanos to hit at that point. So Rojas coming up there, okay, he grounds out, he ends the inning, but you have a 3-run lead. So at that point, I now want the better defense out there. So as Amaro astutely pointed out, Rob Thompson, what he did was perfect. What the Phillies did there was the right move. And I don't know how Castellanos couldn't see that. Now, this is all allegedly because he got pulled as for a defensive replacement. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. I have no idea, but we're just being told that he wasn't happy getting pulled from the game at that moment.
But if it was more than that, wouldn't have somebody said, like Thompson or Castellanos could have been like, hey, look, it wasn't just me getting pulled from the game. There was other stuff going on. Or Thompson could have said, hey, there was a bunch of events that led up to him being pulled from the game and things may have, gotten out of hand, and that's what led to the inappropriate comment. Like, dude, don't you think someone would have maybe framed it that way if it was something else?
This is a tough one because, again, Charlotte's going to come on in 15 minutes here. There's only 2, maybe 3.
There's 3 people down there.
Okay, so it's Charlotte.
It's Lachlan.
Lachlan Marsh. Both are very new on the beat.
And there's a guy who I hear his voice in the
I did hear a guy's voice, but that could potentially be a national guy.
Right.
It could be a Marlins guy. It could be,
True.
One of those like.
They don't identify these people like.
I was not familiar with the voice.
Yeah, I don't recognize the guy's voice, so I'm just assuming it's 3 because there's 3 different voices I've heard in these Thompson exchanges.
So I have to imagine that the Castellanos comment, the reaction from the team, didn't seem like we got any last night. I don't think anybody was asked, like, hey, what'd you make of Castellanos not playing?
And it's not like, there was a bunch of guys talking to the media after the game either. I'm watching,
I think the only person made available was Luzardo.
Luzardo was the only one I saw anywhere.
Yeah, and like post-game is on the road is a little different. Like a lot of times in the Phillies home games, you see Topper, he's in the media room at a table, there's a room. When he's on the road, he's sitting at his desk in his office, and it's just like, a weird situation.
Yeah, it's like a semi-informal, chat in the office.
So, yeah, and one of the things I want to ask Charlotte, when she joins us here in 15 minutes, is does she think that this is just a one-day thing, one and done, and that's it? So she'll join us in 15 minutes from Miami as the pregame availability. Now, what was the deal with the pregame availability? They have not announced when Topper's going to be available?
Yeah, earlier today they hadn't announced exactly when he's going to be available. Now, remember yesterday the lineup came out so late that we were all like sitting around and be like, where the heck is this lineup?
Mm-hmm.
Like you and Frank talked about it yesterday during the mailbag.
Well, we would imagine that this was the reason that they were probably sitting him down, talking to him and saying, listen, you're not going to play today. Maybe wasn't happy about it, and it extended longer than they thought, and they had to have a conversation with him. But is this, to the people out there listening, is this a one and done, out of sight, out of mind, or do you guys think that this will turn into something bigger?
I mean, you certainly hope it doesn't because, there's a lot of people who feel like this team has a chance to make a postseason run, and, this could be the last hurrah for some of these guys as they are currently constructed. But at the same time, there's got to be a part of you that looks around like if I'm one of Castellanos' teammates, right? Like if I'm JT Realmuto or I'm Kyle Schwarber, like there's a couple of us that gotta like take Nick aside and be like, yo, let's go grab a drink and like go out somewhere where there's no media around and be like, bro, you got to talk to us because you getting benched yesterday put us all in a bad situation where we're now all running away from the media. Like, are you good? Like, I would only hope that your teammates kind of sat him down and was like, Nick, you okay? You good? Because we don't need this.
All right, let me go to the text board. Pat in Ocean City says, as a frequent critic of Thompson, I do not think he did anything wrong with Castellanos in this case. I think he may have been upset because I think he had family in the stands. He's from Miami. So, yes, he is from the area. He is at home. His son is there.
That should have been more of a reason for you not to lose your head. Knowing that people are there watching you, paying attention to you.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing of the fact that did he lose his cool on Monday night because he had family and friends there and he gets pulled from the game and is he embarrassed by it? That's weak sauce to me. I mean, you played the game. It's 5-2. You, at that point, you've helped win the game. I mean, you're part of the first 8 innings of that game. I think it's weak sauce if that's the case. I have an interesting, are people on Topper's side here or Castellanos' side here? The listeners, where are you guys at? Do you look at Castellanos and say he should not have been disciplined yesterday? Or do you look at Topper and say, good for that guy, man? He's a laid-back guy. I'm critical. Like, I give Pat in Ocean City, who just texted in, I give him some credit because he said, look, I'm a frequent critic of Thompson, but I don't think he did anything wrong. So, yeah, that's fair to say I don't like Thompson, but I think he's in the right here. How many people out there are on Team Castellanos here, and how many people are on Team Thompson here?
Well, what I thought was interesting is Jim Salisbury brought up another situation on the Philly Show podcast, Mike, where a player got benched and Rob Thompson addressed it publicly. And they kind of drew a bit of a correlation between the Castellanos situation and this player.
He leaned on Bohm last year. That was pretty public in the postseason. Benched him, questioned his energy. So I think that was pretty significant. And this is, right up there with it, maybe even, above it in terms of attention grabbing, although it's hard to, the attention in the postseason is pretty intense, but, it's Nick's hometown. He had the streak. Nick reacted emotionally in the dugout in front of people. And I think you're the manager of the team. You can't let something like that slide or everybody's going to start pulling it on you.
Yeah, people do forget about that. He did bench Bohm in the postseason last year. That was a pretty big deal to bench him in a playoff series.
And he addressed it publicly, too. He didn't just be like, well, Bohm, we decided. No, he addressed the reason why to the media. So he, as Salisbury said, look, he was public about, hey, we're putting Bohm on the bench. This is why.
So how many people out there look at what Thompson did and say, good for Topper? How many people say, no, why did he do this? Now, Pat in Ocean City said he's been a critic of Thompson. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. He says Rob Zombie finally showed a pulse. Yeah, I mean, I guess that means, well, he said he doesn't think that Topper did anything wrong in this situation. So he sounds like he is more on the Topper side of things on this. I'm just kind of intrigued by the fact that do people think that this thing is a one day over with, or is this going to be is it going to linger?
I think most people are assuming it's just a one-day thing because there's no indication as of 2:21 on Wednesday afternoon that it's anything but a one-day.
Well, we'll find out when the lineup's out. I would bet that Castellanos is back in the lineup today. That would be my guess, is that this is a one-day thing. He's back in the lineup.
Remember when the Rojas situation happened where he had that blunder and then Thompson said, yeah, we addressed it. We talked to him about it. And then he didn't play the next day. And they were like, did you bench him because of it? Thompson's like, oh, no, we benched him because he has overall body soreness. Thompson.
Yeah, but that's Topper wants to protect his players
As much as he humanly possibly
right,
can.
which generally is a good thing. You want the players to say, hey, look, the manager has my back. I know the fans generally want the manager to call these guys out. And there's where the disconnect generally comes in. You got Pat in Ocean City saying, Rob Zombie. That's why the Phillies are good. The Phillies are good because they have a guy who lets them be relaxed.
That's why
the fact that Castellanos crossed the line and Topper called him out for it. To Pat in Ocean City, who calls him Rob Zombie, you never hear any problems with this team in terms of clubhouse, the lack of chemistry, none of that stuff. And nobody puts a lot of stock in why that is important. This Phillies team has been really good the last 3 years. Maybe not World Series good, but this isn't Ricky Bobby if you're not first, you're last. This team's been really good. And you don't think Topper and the way he conducts the clubhouse has any role in that? Look, I've said before, in terms of the manager of the team, I think he's kind of whatever. But the role that he has as the clubhouse guy and the way that this clubhouse, you never hear anything bad. You don't hear any infighting. You don't hear any friction. That, to me, gets overlooked entirely. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, you can watch the show, be a part of the show. Text 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. When we come back, Charlotte Varnes covers the Phillies for The Athletic. She's in Miami and has been doing a lot of the work on this Castellanos story. We'll get her perspective next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. the story.
Yeah, I think that read is accurate. So we found out right after the clubhouse closed. So we talked to Thompson and clubhouse closes, and then we spoke to Nick, and then we only go back in the clubhouse after the game. And obviously they lost last night. Not a lot transpired on offense. We really only talked to, other than Thompson, we only really talked to Jesus Luzardo, and it did not come up in that conversation. So yeah.
All right, Charlotte Barnes is down in South Florida, where the attendance was very brisk last night with the hockey game going up in Sunrise, about 45 minutes away. You also posted that there was some free Castellanos fan yelling out there. I mean, does it make it was it an odd feeling, like how empty it is, and him being able to hear those type of things?
Yeah, I didn't even think about his reaction in the time. But yeah, I mean, like, it echoed through the stadium. I mean, if someone yells something like that at CBP, it's not going to echo like that. Of course, you probably wouldn't even be able to hear it a few sections away. So it was kind of weird. And I mean, I just thought, like, the funny thing is, like, Trey goes deep to left right after,
right.
You know how the joke goes. And it was kind of weird, but that was like the only thing that happened the entire night. It wasn't really discussed. And I mean, like, pregame, Nick was out and about. He was talking to fans. He was playing catch with Liam. Liam has been around the entire week pretty much. So nothing felt too out of the normal.
All right, so let's go back. You said that because after the game, he gets removed on, well, I guess that's Monday night. Hey, and was it you that asked him, hey, you don't normally remove him from the game. Is this something that's going to happen? And he kind of said, well, you know, we got Rojas. It's a good chance. Like, does it seem like he's not okay with being removed as a defensive replacement? I mean, they're up 5-2 in the game, right, at that time, or 3-2 or 5-2 or whatever the score was. Like, is he seemingly not okay with being removed as a defensive for a defensive replacement? Is that the read that you got from it?
I mean, I don't want to totally speculate on how he feels because I haven't asked Nick yet, but I mean, just him sitting in the locker room after looking a little frustrated, that would lead me to believe that he's not happy about the outcome. I mean, he told us he was pretty unhappy to be pulled at the time, and that's why he spoke his mind. So it'll be interesting to see how it is going forward, because I think Thompson made clear to him that this is going to be a thing.
Right, okay, so that's what I wanted to follow up, because you said earlier in this conversation that Topper said this might be a thing. I don't know that I had heard that from Topper's response. Maybe I missed it. But this is something that they're planning on doing now, because you're right. They have not done this with Nick, even though some people had said, hey, maybe this is something that they should have thought about doing previously. We've all seen that, you know, his metrics are not great out there. But Topper has indicated that this will happen more as the season goes on.
Yeah. He said, so on Monday after the game, he indicated that this will be a thing going forward. He said he told Nick a few days earlier, and just attributed it to Rojas being such a strong defender and wanting him in the game.
Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic is with us. She's in Miami getting ready for the Phillies and the Marlins tonight. You did talk to Luzardo last night. He struggled, obviously. It looked like he had been coming around the last couple starts here. What did he say about his struggles last night? He just seemed like he just could not command all night last night.
Yeah, I think he said he just didn't feel like he had a good feel for a slider, so he didn't have that. And I think he and Rob Thompson said they felt that some of the balls he threw were pretty close to where he wanted them to go. It's just like, I know Luzardo said some of them felt like they were half the ball away, and then those things kind of ended up contributing to the walks he had. But it's obviously a frustrating outing, but I asked him about whether he feels he's behind those two really rough starts that he had a couple weeks ago, and the answer is yes, which is obviously a positive. And he said his stuff felt good, and he felt like even though things obviously didn't go his way last night, things did not spiral out of control as they did in those two kind of rough starts against the Brewers and the Blue Jays. So that was one positive.
All right, obviously, we'll keep an eye on Luzardo. He has been very good, then a couple bad, then back to good. Last night, probably not his best outing that he would, going against his former team. I bet you he was probably hoping for a little bit better there for him. There's a lot of other stories, Charlotte, when you look at this team. Obviously, the Castellanos thing really threw a wrench in everything yesterday, but it is an outfield with Castellanos that has not produced all that much. But you have seen Marsh turning the corner, Kepler turning the corner. Does the team feel better about where they are, or do you think they are actively looking for improvements in their offensive outfield?
I don't think I can totally speak to what they're looking for at the deadline, but I think Max Kepler has taken a huge step in the past week or so. Obviously lost the ball in the lights last night, which is not great on defense, but just a third of his homers have come in the past week or so. I know Thompson said over the weekend he just felt like Kepler was turning the corner. It's like a big plus that he can hit velocity, and I think him and then Marsh has obviously been excellent as well and given them a huge spark, especially toward the end of the lineup. So I think offensively they're taking a huge turn. Just obviously the defense in the outfield has been a bit of a problem and continues to be.
How about Kerkering gets that save the other night? First time I was actually surprised that was his first save opportunity, first save for him. Does it feel that will be the way that they go the next time they have a save opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, Rob said he envisions Orion potentially playing in the ninth going forward. They obviously like to operate closer by committee. But Kerkering's just been so good. I mean, I've asked Rob several times probably over the past month because I did a longer story about Orion that came out a couple of weeks ago. And he's just been really impressed by his ability to attack hitters. He's just very aggressive in the zone. He just plays with fire, and that's really impressed him. And I think the biggest thing for Orion is that he obviously went through some struggles in April. He was really having trouble with a sweeper, which was what he's called his bread and butter pitch. The movement is back. He feels a lot better about it. Pitching coach Caleb Coffin feels a lot better about it. I think the sweeper has just been huge as he's coming back. The put away rate is up. And I think he's a great option in the ninth going forward.
Yeah, we'll see how Rob Thompson uses the bullpen, if it will be Romano getting earlier innings there. That's something he hasn't done all that much. Charlotte, you got a story up about Ranger Suarez as well. I want to get your thoughts on, you wrote how he's quietly been one of the best starters in baseball, but how that has spoken volumes around this rotation, which is littered with, obviously great starting pitching, and how that might affect the team's decision. Deadline, Painter, Abel, Nola looming. The Phillies have a very interesting decision to make, and Suarez seemingly sits in the middle of that.
Yeah. I mean, Ranger's just been so impressive. I mean, the stat that came out after his last start, that his ERA since May 10th, which is kind of when he turned the corner after that first bad start, second best in MLB. I think that I mean, of course, Philly fans have been watching him. We all have, but that's really a mind-blowing number, and he's only trailing Paul Skeens, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, Ranger's been great. His changeup looks great. He's just been very solid, and I think as long as he stays healthy and keeps performing this way, he's going to be a free agent next year and could be making a lot of money. Yeah,
he could be making a lot of money. Will it be in Philadelphia? We'll see. I mean, they have Painter kind of looming. How do you think the Painter, Abel, those two young guys, I mean, Abel, Painter at the trade deadline, are their names going to keep coming up? Do they not want to move either one of them? Is Abel the guy they want to move? How do you see those two young pitchers impacting this season here?
Yeah, I think Painter is a solid no move. I mean, he's just been excellent, had a couple tough starts, which I believe was credited to having some blisters, couldn't really throw his changeup right. But he's just been great. I could never see the team moving him. But yeah, Abel is a really interesting question because he's just been awesome. Obviously, struggled a little bit against the Cubs, kind of reverted a bit into his self from last season, was struggling with command. But he has a 2.21 ERA, pitched 5 the other night, probably could have gone 6, but they just wanted to give him a little rest with him being on regular rest ahead of his next start. And I think he is a really interesting question mark, especially with Nola's injury. Nola said on a podcast last week that he expected to be out 2 months maybe. And that raises the question what they're going to do with the spot during that time. And Painter's sort of gearing up. I believe his next outing they're going to have him throw 90 pitches, which is obviously a big step in getting ready for the league. So I could definitely see Mick being a trade chip just with how excellent he's been. But yeah, it's a tough decision because I don't think anyone expected Mick to come out. And I mean, you don't expect any person to come through and strike out 9 in their debut. I mean, he was just awesome, and he's just been very solid so far. But obviously with Painter coming up, just in having a surplus of starting pitching, and Mick could potentially fetch them some great things at the trade deadline.
Well, there's a lot happening. The Phillies, by the way, of course, are down in Miami. Game 3 of the 4 game set. They'll play again tomorrow as well. And then the big series against the Mets, which will be highly anticipated. Charlotte Barnes covers the Philadelphia Phillies for The Athletic, and Rob Thompson going to be talking to the media here shortly, and we'll see what the Phillies lineup is in about an hour or so, maybe 45 minutes, as they get ready for the Miami Marlins part 3 tonight down there in South Florida. Charlotte, we appreciate a couple minutes before, of course, the Phillies getting ready down there in Miami.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. This is great.
Absolutely. Charlotte Barnes, who's down there in Miami with the Athletics. She was the one yesterday who was covering this whole Nick Castellanos situation as she posted on the X platform. You can follow her for Phillies stuff if you're a Phillies fan. She is at Charlotte Varnes, Varnes. She's basically brand new on the beat. She just got hired a couple of weeks ago. So she gets thrown into this mix, and it's like, hey, here I am covering this Nick Castellanos thing. And she tweeted out yesterday, she was the one that tweeted out that Castellanos was held from the lineup for making an inappropriate comment. Now, she thinks that he will be back in the lineup today, that it shouldn't really boil over to the weekend. The lineup is not out yet, so once it is, we will check that out. By the way, Mike McGarry, who's usually on at this time, will join us tonight at 5 o'clock. This was the only time we could fit Charlotte in, so Mike will move to 5 o'clock tonight. Charlotte also tweeted yesterday that Castellanos was unhappy with being pulled from yesterday's game, spoke his mind. Thompson told him he crossed the line. It's his decision. He's the manager. Now, I don't, as she said, Luzardo was really the only player that was made available last night, so it did not come up to him. We'll see if there's any follow-up today when Rob Thompson talks, and that time should be soon, I would imagine. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can subscribe and like the live YouTube show. Reclaim your life with optimized testosterone. Low T hitting you hard, guys? Well, we feel you. It's enough to be sidelined. Any guy out there, you can never beat Father Time, but the expert team at Game Day Men's Health understands your frustration and is ready to help you reclaim your passion and purpose. Create a game plan and begin treatment. Come in right now today for your complimentary testosterone test and consultation. It's 15 minutes of your day that can help you. Game Day Men's Health, 3069 English Creek Avenue, Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock hour, we got Stump the Sports Geek. We'll give you the details on what you're playing for, today's category, and how you can win. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shop 4th of July savings at the Home Depot right now and get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $600 off select appliances with free delivery, like Samsung. From all-in-one washer dryers to smart refrigerators, upgrade to tech you can trust with Samsung appliances. The Home Depot has what you need to simplify your routine. Don't miss 4th of July appliance savings at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid June 18th through July 9th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
All right, 252 Sports Bass Live. So today is a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. We've got the topic, category, and the prizes. Today you are playing for tickets to Creed, the show coming up this summer up in Camden. You ready for today's topic?
Does that have anything to do with My Chemical Romance?
It does not.
Okay.
Good pull by you, though. Now, do you know the lead singer of My Chemical Romance?
Absolutely not.
Neither do I. It's not okay that you don't know that. All right, today's category for Stump the Sports Geek is Sixers Draft.
Interesting. So you're not doing that next week. You're doing it today.
The questions pertain to Sixers Draft.
Drafts pass.
And I will tell you, it's generally recent.
Okay, so you're not like going back to like 70.
No. I will say the oldest question goes back to 1996.
More than fair.
Okay? You guys know the drill. That's the category, Sixers Draft. All you need to do now is text your name, where you're from, and how many questions do you think Josh will get right about the Sixers Draft. 609-403-0973. Text your name, where you're from, how many you think Josh will get right, how many questions out of 10 that pertain to the Sixers Draft of the past, not this year's draft. Your name, where you're from, how many questions out of 10 you think Josh will get right. The category is Sixers draft. We will do that at 3:30 today. Stump the Sports Geek right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Air Conditioning. Stump the Sports Geek in a half an hour. The category today's Sixers draft. All the questions will pertain to Sixers draft. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day at 3:45 today. Mosher has football at 4. Is there a gap in the NFC East? One commando, as Adam Kaplan would say, talked about it. We'll get into it. We got Stump the Sports Geek guesses coming in. 609-403-0973. How many questions out of 10 will Josh get right today with the category NBA draft? Sixers draft, I should say. Sixers draft. How confident do you feel about Sixer draft questions?
I feel pretty confident. I feel like that I've been around, in my 10 years now working with you, which I know for you probably sounds like an eternity, but, for me, I feel like I've heard enough conversation between you and guests about the Sixers draft over the years that I have enough information stored in the database.
Well, I will give this little bit of information to the people. I would get all 10 of these.
That doesn't surprise me.
Just giving the people some insight. So, do you think I would get all 10 of these? Would Josh also get all 10 of these?
Because the thing is that, first of all, you are deep down a basketball guy. Like, you love basketball. Like, you're a Sixers guy. You've always been somebody who, you just enjoy it. You've always been very outspoken about, how the Sixers should build the team.
Well, I like the draft, too.
And you like the draft. You're a guy who knows everybody's colleges. You can name guys' college off the top of your head.
609-403-0973 if you want to text in on that. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot of people on the text board today. I think let's go to, by the way, let's check out the poll question.
Poll question.
Are you Team Casty or Team Topper? 70-30 right now.
Little surprising.
Do you have a guess on who's 70 and who's 30?
I have not looked at the poll results. I just know what I would vote for. I'm conflicted on this, Mike, because on one hand, I think our listeners, based on the text board, seem to be very rational about this.
I am a little surprised. We have had people say they don't like Topper, they're anti-Topper, but they're supportive of Topper in this situation, which I agree I'm a little surprised by.
There's a contingent, though, of people online who are very anti-Topper and pro-Castellanos on this front. So I'm wondering...
What are the anti-Topper, pro-Castellanos people saying? I'm trying to get into their head.
So
Do I want to get into their head?
I don't think
I want to learn
to.
a little bit here.
I think you want to get into my head more than you want to get into their heads, honestly. Because these people out there, I've seen a couple tweets. I literally chucked my phone at one point last night.
Wow.
I was like...
You got that angered that you threw your phone.
I just hate dumb people. Stupid people just drive me nuts. At some point, it's dude, if Nick Castellanos, if this was a normal job, right? You walk into your job, your manager says, hey, we're going to let you leave early because we got enough staff for a slow night at the restaurant. Are you going to, curse him out over it?
That's a funny thing. If you were at the restaurant and the manager called you over and said, we're sending you home early, you're the early out tonight.
Yeah.
Are you mad or are you thrilled?
Because I feel like the people who are the anti-Topper people are the people who are getting mad at their job for letting them leave early.
But that's a situation where if you're the person, now it depends. Where are you in your life? If you get let home early, you're missing out on a couple bucks.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're let out early, you're also able to go out early.
Or you're able to go home to your family early.
Depends. Where are you in your life? That's
right.
what I'm saying. So Castellanos, does it apply of where he is in his life as a major leaguer? Early in his career, would he be whatever? Because this whole consecutive game streak is a little bizarre. It kind of came out of nowhere. It's not like Nick Castellanos had some reputation.
Streak.
Right, he didn't have some reputation of being an Iron Man. So all of a sudden he comes here, in Cincinnati, even when he had a great year. Now, I don't know his injury history all that much. I will say
he did have some injuries during his time in Detroit.
No, but I'm talking about in Cincinnati, the year that he had his biggest year.
Right, the big all-star year that got him the contract.
He had 309 with 34 home runs, 100 RBI with a 362 on-base percentage, which is basically the anomaly of his entire career.
But it got him this contract.
But even in that year, he only played 138 games. It's not like he had some Iron Man streak that season. Now, the year before that, he played in 60, which I think is every game, but that was a COVID season.
Correct.
In 2019, he played in 151. He played in 157. He played in 157. He played in 110. He played in 154. He played in 148. So he has played in a lot of games. But last year was the only time he ever played in 162. And the year before in Philadelphia, he played in 157. The year before that in Philly, he played in 136. Now, again, I don't know his injury history. I don't remember him being hurt in Philly his first year.
There was that situation. You mentioned this season with the 110 that he played. He did have some injury in Detroit. I remember that.
So my point is he's played a lot of games, but he's never been like, wow, this guy's got this Iron Man streak going. And then this kind of oddly just happened yesterday where you're like, he is not in the lineup and his streak has ended. But that is why I find this whole thing a little bizarre, is the fact that did he look at it as a slap in the face because he's got this? Now, he's been taken out of games before.
Right. That's what's confusing, is that it's not like it's the first time he's ever been removed from a game in a Phillies uniform. I mean, there have been times this year that maybe we wanted him removed from a game early for defensive
We go back to what we
purposes.
said yesterday, too. How many times in April of last year and in May of last year were you like, they need to take this guy out? Why is he continuing to play? And for whatever reason, he had this ridiculous
obsession
to play every single day. And, that's why I'm like, I don't really care that he has the streak going. It's not doing anything for me. If anything, it's hurting the team more than it's helping the team. A couple text messages, 609-403-0973. Guys, as someone who's very competitive, I'm stuck in the middle on this one. We have a player who we all know is very competitive, constantly finds himself on a possible chopping block of possible trade scenarios. That's not really true. Castellanos doesn't find himself on the chopping block of trade scenarios. You know why? Because his contract is untradeable. Nobody wants to pay him. I think what you might be trying to say is the fans would always be trying to trade him. But no, the Phillies are not trying to trade Nick Castellanos.
Phillies are not trying to trade him because they know they can't.
He goes on to say, plus friends, family in the stands, and then we have the coach who is known to be a little bit more laid back and has been under a lot of scrutiny. And who knows, whatever comes up, Top said to him in the current situation, so players might be seeing a side that they're not used to. See, that's the thing, though, that stands out to me. As you said, Topper is a little bit more laid back. The fact that he had to do this, he didn't want to have to do this. He had to do it because Castellanos disrespected him.
Correct.
He crossed the line. Another text message says he can't really take a side if we know what if we don't know what Casty said, maybe the benching is justified.
See, I don't agree with that take at all. That part of the take, I can't stand this. Well, I can't comment because I don't know what was said. I don't need to know what was said.
I would like to know what was said, but I don't need to know what was said.
Exactly. Like, for example, fill in the blank crime that shows up on the news report, okay? So-and-so was murdered. I don't need to see the body to know that the guy who killed somebody did maybe something wrong. Like, I don't need explicit details about something bad that happened to know if Rob Thompson, who, as you just mentioned, is a laid-back guy, if he's saying this was inappropriate, then there's probably something that pushed Thompson over the line.
So this is an interesting, Castellanos feels disrespected. Maybe he got pulled from the game. To me, I'm looking at this and saying, is he disrespected because he got pulled out of the game? Or does he feel disrespected because of who he got pulled out of the game for? And does that matter?
I was just going to ask you, why would it matter who he's pulled from the game for? Because it's a defensive replacement.
I get that. But did he cross the line by being disparaging towards his teammate of the player who replaced him.
So you're saying like it wasn't maybe overtly at Thompson, maybe it was Castellanos says, "Oh, you're replacing me with that bleepity blank" kind of attitude.
Correct. Like
that's an
he
interesting
felt
position.
disrespected by the fact that he put Rojas in the game for him, and he finds Rojas to be sub-major league level potentially.
And then maybe Rob Thompson turned around and was like, what did you just say?
Well, like for instance, I've seen this happen before with younger kids. You know, like younger kids sometimes don't understand. The score's 10-1. You're gonna get taken out of the game. You're not being benched.
Right.
You're just coming out of the game because you generally get to play all the time. When the score's 10-1, we're going to try to get some guys who don't get a chance to play but practice just as hard as you do, some playing time. Well, then when that guy goes into the game and then he doesn't produce and the player who got removed says something about it, that is being ignorant. That is not understanding and being a good teammate, of saying, I wouldn't have done that. Is Castellanos being the ignorant kid of saying, if you would have left me in the game, I wouldn't have grounded out. You know what I mean? Like,
well, isn't that part of the problem, though? You just made an analogy between a 30-something-year-old adult and a 13-year-old kid. Isn't part of the problem here that we are having to – the only way we explain Castellanos' behavior is by comparing him to a petulant child?
Yes, and that's not a good thing.
It's a horrible thing. Because what you're basically saying is that a grown man who has his own kids.
Wow. Sorry, I'm just seeing a tweet that was just put out there that says the Jazz and the Sixers are discussing a framework of a trade that would send Paul George to Utah. Philadelphia would trade back from 3 to 5 while attaching George's contract in a potential deal.
Who's reporting this?
Let's see. It looks like the reporter from the Utah Salt Lake Tribune who covers the Jazz.
Okay.
Andy Larson, Utah Jazz beat writer.
Don't know anything about Andy Larson. My immediate reaction to that
I don't know Andy Larson, but I will say it's a Jazz beat reporter. It's not like some blogger or some aggregator or anything like that. It is a Jazz beat reporter. What I would say is to try to follow up is there's the girl, I can't think of her name, who used to cover the Sixers. She now covers the Jazz. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, her first name is Sarah.
Sarah, yes.
I don't remember her last name.
Rothstein knows who she is. Because when she covered the team, I think he used to talk to her a bunch when he was on the air doing stuff more daily. But Sarah something or another. But I would like to see if that thing has any legs.
Sarah Todd.
Sarah Todd, that's her name.
Yeah, she is a Jazz beat reporter for the Desert News.
Yep, she's been out there for quite a few years now. She hasn't been on the Sixer beat for a few years, but she has been on the Jazz beat. I'm wondering if she has any Sixers connections still, that she would do a little digging into that and see if that's the case. Because if that's the case, that's the trade I've been talking about. Can you send Paul George somewhere and then only move back 2 spots in the draft?
And if you move back 2 spots in the draft, can you still get the guy that you wanted all along?
Good question. I'm trying to think. If Edgecombe's the guy, they're probably not going to get him. Could they get Ace Bailey at 5 if they really want him? Now, they're going to work out Ace Bailey on Friday.
Right. Well, I was just going to ask you, what if there is a team that, like, for example, do the Jazz potentially value, let's say, Ace Bailey over VJ Edgecombe? And the Sixers know that. So the Sixers trade down knowing that they're not going to lose one of those guys because they think that
well, we talked about with Paul Hudrick yesterday.
Right.
And he said he thinks they have 4 guys that are on their mind. And they could be happy with any of those 4 guys.
Right, because maybe they grade them all around similar number.
Right, like say, hey, if we get Trey Johnson, we're cool. If we get Con Knipple, we're cool. What's the Jazz? Now, what does this article say? I lost the article because my feed refreshed.
That's fun.
What was the guy's name?
I don't remember.
Paul George. Let's see. Paul George, if I just put his name in, it should come up because it was a pretty big story. I would imagine that's like at the top of a feed there. Paul George, it would help if I spelled George's name wrong, right?
That right, yeah.
Paul George, Utah. Let's put that in. And Utah, give me 2.
Andy Larson.
Andy Larson was the guy, but that's okay. So the Sixers have shown interest in a potential deal with Utah Jazz that includes Paul George and trading down the 5th pick in the 2025 pick. Andy Larson said on the Locked On Jazz podcast, he says, quote, I do think it's true that the Philadelphia 76ers are interested in trading down to the number 5 potentially if they can get off the Paul George deal. I don't think the Jazz are going to take that offer, but I do think that's an offer that's being presented. All right, so he goes on to say, I don't think the Jazz are going to take that offer. But what would be – the Jazz would have to include the money in return. Right? Let's not forget about that. And I imagine there's only one player on the Jazz. Maybe you could pull up their trade machine. I got to imagine there's only one player on the Jazz that can – match that money, and that deal doesn't seem like it would make a lot of sense if you're Utah. Why would you take Paul George's 3-year deal to take an older player to move off of? Is the only player on that team, Josh, are you looking at the trade machine?
Yes.
Is the only player on that team that makes any money Marketing?
Marketing is at 42. The next closest
$42 million a year?
That's his salary on the cap number. Obviously, we know these numbers are a little fuzzy, but the next closest guy on the trade machine is John Collins at 26.
John Collins makes $26 million?
Again, these are the cap numbers. Like, for example, Paul George's cap number on the trade machine is 49. His actual salary is not 49. It's just what his cap number is. So, but on the trade machine here, for example, you could combine John Collins and Colin Sexton together, and that would get in the neighborhood of Paul George.
Taking John Collins to get rid of Paul George? I mean, it's not a bad fit here.
I mean, it's not a bad fit, but I'm not exactly jumping up and
I'm
down.
not like, oh my God, they got John Collins, but I'll
like, for
tell
example,
you what.
you were telling me about Jackson Jr. yesterday. I was like,
yeah,
yes, sign me up. Let's go.
That's not happening.
Right. So Collins is more like that's interesting.
What's Collins' deal? How many?
He has 2 more years left.
Gets you out of a deal 1 year earlier.
1 year earlier. Actually, 2 years earlier. Because they have Paul George listed as 4th. This hasn't moved. The trade machine hasn't moved to the next new
I don't
league
care what
year
the
yet.
trade machine says. There's only 3 more years left of Paul George. He's already played 1.
John Collins would be entering.
I mean, that's asinine. I mean, I just watched him play. He only has 3 years left on the deal.
I understand that, but I'm saying is that the trade machine is still basing it on the current league year.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the money matchup at that point. I'm talking about I only have to deal with Collins for is he 2 years or 1 more year? You see what happens? People I have to deal with literal.
I still have to double check that because I'm saying
well, I'm talking about Paul George. You tell me Paul
me...
George plays 4 more years. I said I know he doesn't play 4. I just watched him play 1.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the machine says 2 more years for John Collins. Is that 2 years as of the last season? Or
so
2
he
years?
might only have 1 year left.
He might only
on
have
the
1
deal.
more year left. Is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Because if he only has 1 year left, in other words, he's a free agent at the end of the year. That's a deal you probably have to make just to get out of the Paul George deal. It's not like John Collins is a stiff.
John Collins has only 1 more year left on his contract.
Okay, so he would be a free agent.
So both him and Colin Sexton are both expiring contracts.
I mean, if you're getting John Collins, you're getting a guy who scored 19 a game, grabbed 8 rebounds, and can shoot the 3, shot the 3 last year at 40%. That's not a bad player to get back. Now, I mean, he's not a star, but we've just decided you don't need stars anymore, right?
By the way, you know who else is on the roster for the Jazz who you might need to make this deal happen financially? Remember KJ Martin?
Yeah. Don't the Sixers have a guy like that they would have to that they can include in the trade too? Wasn't it KJ Martin? They traded him to Utah?
Yes.
To make the money work. John Collins last year played in 40 games. He averaged 19 points a game. He shot 39.9% from three-point range. I mean, Collins is he's a stretch four. He's kind of what you need. He's a 6'10 stretch four. I mean, he kind of fits in.
Would you rather have Colin Sexton or Jordan Clarkson?
Probably Clarkson.
All right. I'm just trying to make the money work here, so that's why I'm asking.
Clarkson's kind of a guy who comes off the bench, scores, knows his role. That's what he is, right?
So the deal to financially work, according to the trade machine, Collins...
Real quick, do you find it odd that for the second day in a row, the Phillies lineup is not out yet? Like, are they still discussing what to do with Castellanos? Do you think he'll be in the lineup today? I do.
I'm assuming he's in the lineup, but...
Yeah, what's Collins' thing?
So Collins, Clarkson, and Martin are all going into the final year of their contracts. Those three together is the money that would make the Paul George deal work.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that. I don't know that anything new is going to come from it, but that was on a Locked On podcast. We'll try to see if we can dig up some more on that. According to that report from Andy Larson, I don't know if he was reporting, but he was on a podcast, basically said that the Sixers have shown interest in trading Paul George to flip-flops, which tells you that the Sixers are making the calls for Paul George.
I'm working on the audio right now.
All right, when we come back, it's Stump the Sports Geek. You have one more chance now to text in 609-403-0973. Your name, where you're from, and how many questions out of 10. Today's category, Sixers Draft. How many questions will Josh get right on Sixers Draft? You're playing for tickets to see Creed at the Freedom Mortgage Center in Camden. Creed, a pair of tickets to the winner. The way it works, the person who gets the correct number and the person who got that number in first will be the winner. In other words, if Josh gets 8 right and you were the first person to text in the number 8, you will win. If Josh answers questions and nobody guesses the correct number that he gets, the person who is closest without going over. If there is nobody without going over, we will find the closest that went over. 3-prong winner, but I think someone's going to get it right on the nose because there's a lot of guesses again today. Appreciate everybody guessing. Stump the Sports Geek is next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, today, Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. Real quick, the Phillies lineup is out. Castellanos is back. He's playing right field, batting fourth. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Stott, Sosa, Marsh. No Kemp in the lineup tonight.
I'm shocked that Stott is still in the lineup. There were a couple swings last night that he looked like he was in pain with that elbow.
Yeah, I'm just, I guess with Sosa playing third tonight, no Kemp, did they have to take Kemp out of the lineup? Did they think he needed a rest? I mean, he struck out a couple times
Why
last
does
night.
he need a rest?
I mean, he's been traveling around, playing. I have no idea. I mean, I do find that to be a little, okay, Kemp had a bad night last night, had a couple bad at-bats, struck out, I think, 2 or 3 times in the game.
Yeah. He did have a couple bad-looking strikeouts, but I mean, don't you want to get the guy back out there the next day to like, all right, let's bounce back, buddy?
Generally, yeah. So Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Stott, Sosa, Marsh.
Yeah, Bohm was playing first base, Sosa at third.
All right, it's a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. The category today is Sixers Draft. These questions will all pertain to Sixers drafts. Josh will answer 10 questions. We'll see how many he gets right today. You are playing for tickets to Creed at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. You can text in 609-403-0973 with your name, where you're from, and how many questions you think Josh will get right on Sixers Draft out of 10. Josh, are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Mike.
Here we go. Question 1, NBA Sixers Draft. Allen Iverson was drafted by the Sixers with the number 1 pick in the 1996 NBA Draft. Who was number 2?
Oh, jeez. Not a good start for me.
This is an easy one.
Is it?
Yeah, this one, the people yelling at the radio, I can hear them. I hear you guys yelling the answer out.
It was 1996, right?
Yep. Allen Iverson, Georgetown, number 1 overall pick. Who was number 2?
I'm trying to think who would have been picking number 2 in the draft that year. Number 2 pick.
Come on, pull this one out of right field. You can do it. It's right there.
Is it?
I thought this was a gimme one.
Apparently not. I'm trying to remember who would have been bad in 1996. I mean, those middle 90s years, there were some weird teams that were bad back then. Number 2 pick behind Iverson would have been Iverson's draft class.
You sound like the kid in the spelling bee that's like, can I have the origin?
I am. I totally am. Wasn't 96 the same year that Kobe was drafted?
Yes, he was drafted in 96.
Okay, so
Number 13, not number 2.
No, he was not number 2. I knew that much because that was the trade with the Hornets, with the Lakers and the Hornets and Vlade Divac and all that stuff. Good documentary, by the way, on 30 for 30. So I'm trying to think who was in that draft. Would this be Kevin Garnett?
Kevin Garnett. That is incorrect. The correct answer is Marcus Camby.
That's not that easy.
I mean, at that time, Camby was the player of the year. He went to UMass.
That was the Raptors, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Question 2. Zaire Smith was drafted by the Phoenix Suns with the 16th pick in the 2018 NBA draft. He was then traded to the Sixers. Where did he go to college?
Texas Tech?
That is correct.
Didn't need to do too much thinking there.
That was an easy one, right?
That was a horrible trade by the Sixers.
It turned out to be a really bad deal because, well, it depends on how you view the trade for Tobias Harris. If you hated that deal, which many people don't like the deal because Tobias was not what you wanted, but that trade was the pick that you got to get Tobias Harris.
Totally understand that, but I still rather have Mikal Bridges.
Question 3. In the 2009 NBA draft, with the 17th pick, the Sixers took this player from UCLA.
From UCLA. The 17th pick, you said?
Yes.
In 2009?
Yes.
Right?
2009.
All right. UCLA 2009. So it was somebody who played with Kevin Love and Russell Westbrook. Oh, boy. I'm not remembering who would have been picked that year. I feel like that year is like an abyss in my mind from like 2006 to 2010. Like
I have so many clues I could give with this player. That might have been a clue right there.
That was not a clue.
If
Telling me you could give me clues is not a clue. Do I get a clue or
You do not.
Or are we clueless here?
No clues.
All right, Clueless. Good show, by the way, from the 90s.
Good movie.
I thought the show was better, actually.
Never saw the show.
The show was fun. I don't know. Thaddeus Young?
Thaddeus Young is incorrect. He's still active, this player. He is a 2-time All-Star, 5-time All-Defensive Team. Does that help at all?
No.
He started the process.
He started the process.
His involvement started the process. You've already got this wrong.
I've just tell me.
Drew Holiday.
Oh. Because he was traded for the pick that got them Nerlens Noel, right?
That is correct.
I remember that part.
One correct.
I completely forgot he went to UCLA.
Yeah. Darren Collison was also in that draft class. Also went to UCLA.
Also went to UCLA.
Here we go. Question 4. Joel Embiid was the 3rd pick in the 2014 NBA draft. What 2 players were taken before him?
Okay, so this was, if I remember correctly, this was at like topsy-turvy draft. So it was like, I think it was like Anthony Bennett, I think that year was number 1. Is that correct?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I think Anthony Bennett was number 1 that year.
There were 2 players taken before him.
Right, but I'm kind of lining it up in my mind that I think Anthony Bennett was 1. Because that was I remember Bobby Marks came on with you, Mike, and told the story about like how ridiculous that year was and how the Nets were like losing their minds. So like I think it was Anthony Bennett was drafted by the Cavs, number 1. Oh my goodness, who was number 2 though? My goodness, you would think I would know the 2 players drafted ahead of Embiid, but
Yeah. Yes, you would.
I'm pretty sure that once you
I thought this was a layup.
Well, apparently not.
It is not. By the way, Anthony Bennett is incorrect.
All right. Never mind. I had the
because
wrong draft year.
Embiid would have been the first pick in the draft had he not had the foot problem. But
right.
The guy who they drafted instead of Embiid was Andrew Wiggins. It was winless for Wiggins. And the second pick was Jabari Parker out of Duke.
Yeah, Wiggins went to the Timberwolves. Parker went to the Bucks.
There you go. And Embiid ended up with the Sixers because of his injury. Anthony Bennett in no world would have been the first pick over either one of these guys.
No, he wouldn't.
That draft was terrible that year.
I had my drafts completely mislined.
All right, 1 correct still. Question 5. Which player did the Sixers draft with the number 2 overall pick in the 2010 NBA draft?
Evan Turner of Ohio State.
That is correct. This one's tough, number 6.
Thanks.
Kawhi Leonard was drafted by the Spurs with the 15th pick in the 2011 NBA draft. The Sixers had the next pick. Who did they take?
What year is this?
2011.
2011.
Kawhi Leonard was on the board right before them. He got snatched up. Kawhi Leonard, San Diego State, by the way.
Yes, San Diego State.
Who was the next pick by the Sixers? This memorable player, who's still active, by the way.
I'm going to go with Thad Young again.
Thad Young is incorrect.
That's fine.
Nikolai Vucevic.
Oh, I would have never guessed that.
Well, there was a lot of people at that time, about 4 years into it, who said you ended up with Vucevic, and Leonard was the previous pick.
Mm-hmm.
Vucevic turned into a nice player. He just
Not
Doug
with the
Collins
Sixers.
never played him.
Yeah, just not
He
with
was in the
Sixers.
Iguodala trade.
He was part of that 16
The bind
deal.
him deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, in the question 7, in the 2014 NBA draft, the Sixers ended up with Dario Saric. Which player did they draft and then trade to Orlando to acquire Saric?
Was it Alfred Payton?
That is correct. Elfrid Payton was drafted by the Sixers and then traded to Orlando.
I remember being
It was kind of a coup that night.
I remember being so excited when they got Sarge because I was like, man, this guy's going to be a stretch four. He's going to help him be. I was so excited about that.
Question 8. In the 2015 NBA draft, the Sixers selected Jahlil Okafor. Which 2 players were drafted before him?
Lonzo Ball by the Lakers. I know Porzingis went after him. What is this, 2016 you said? Or was it 2015?
2015.
2015. Oh, my goodness. I'm drawing a blank who the wonderful pick that year was. I know Ball was, I think it was Ball 2, Okafor 3, Porzingis 4. So the Knicks were 4, Sixers were 3, Lakers were 2. Who was 1? No, it wasn't him. Wrong year. Oh, my goodness. I am going to be so mad if I can't remember this. I'm struggling to rack my brain around. I feel this should be right on the tip of my tongue, and it's not. Who had the number 1 pick that year? Who had the number 1 pick? Would this be? I don't know.
That is incorrect. Lonzo Ball's also incorrect. The Lakers did have the 2nd pick, but they took D'Angelo Russell. Karl Anthony Towns was the number 1 pick that year.
Timberwolves.
That is right.
Porzingis was 4, right?
What year was that? I just clicked
2015.
off. 2015. Porzingis was the next pick, yes.
Right, because I remember that whole thing where it was like Porzingis didn't want to come to the Sixers. His agent was like stonewalling them. I remember that part.
Yep, Porzingis. And by the way, Towns, Russell, and Porzingis are the only 3 players in the top 10 that ended up being all-star players. Devin Booker was the 13th pick. He was probably the next big player in that draft. Yeah, Emmanuel Mudiay, Willie Cauley-Stein, who had a stint with the Sixers, by the way.
Yeah, hot stint.
All right, question 9.
We're only at 3, by the way, for those who are wondering.
Ben Simmons was the first pick by the Sixers in the 2016 NBA draft. Which 2 players were taken after him?
Brandon Ingram and Jaylen Brown.
That is correct.
Because I remember the whole conversation you were doing for months, Mike, was you were saying Ben Simmons is the obvious pick, but would you consider Brandon Ingram instead? And then Jaylen Brown was like this late riser. Like half the world had no idea who he was out of Cal.
The Ingram one I thought, because it was really Ingram or Simmons.
Simmons, right.
Brown was the one that some people might not get.
Right.
Because he was kind of like a nondescript player.
I just remember him being from Cal, and it was surprising he went that high.
Question 10. This one's a little tricky.
Aren't they all tricky?
In the 2016 NBA draft, the 2017 NBA
17.
draft, yes. The Sixers had a pick swap with the Kings. The Sixers used the pick swap to move up to number 3. They then traded up to number 1 and took Markelle Fultz.
Right.
Who did the Kings end up taking with the pick swap?
Good grief. I think this was the year that because the Celtics got Tatum in the deal. Who the Kings get?
The Sixers had the 5th pick. They used the pick swap to swap up to 3, and then traded up to number 1. So Sacramento had the 5th pick. That was another hinky coup that he traded for the pick swap like years before that.
Yeah, Colangelo wasted it. because Colangelo was an idiot. I'm so glad that guy just disappeared off the face of the earth, by the way. Like, there's no one more deserving of not having a job anymore than Brian Colangelo.
He didn't deserve the job at the time. That whole Colangelo family had pulled the wool over the NBA's eyes for years.
All right, so the Kings at the 5th pick, so I'm going to guess that was De'Aaron Fox?
That is correct. I mean, I thought that was a little bit of an easier one.
Well, I had a few names bumping around in my head.
Well, who else on the Kings would have been a lottery pick, though?
Malik Monk was a lottery pick.
Yeah, but by a different team, right?
I thought he was a draft pick by the Kings.
I thought Monk went to Charlotte.
I thought that was Buddy Hield that went to Charlotte.
Let's see. He went to Charlotte.
Malik Monk?
Yeah, he's on the Kings now.
Is that what I'm thinking? Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
5. A strong surge at the end.
Big one. So 1, Fox. 2, Ingram and Brown. 3, Peyton. 4, Evan Turner. Texas Tech. 5. Josh got 5 correct. If you are someone that answered 5 and you were the first person who answered 5, you have just won a pair of Creed tickets on today's Stump the Sports Geek here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, how did you think the questioning was?
I think there was about 3 questions that were like expert level.
As we said, we try to go with all various levels of questions here. We don't want them to be too easy, too hard, none of that stuff.
The UCLA for Drew Holiday did not help me at all for some reason. I still remember who was picked after Kawhi Leonard. He just told me 2 minutes ago.
Nikola Vucevic.
So some of these I think were like, you got to be Mike Gill to know some of them. To be like this diehard Sixer draft guy.
Well, we'll go check the text board, see if anybody got 5. If you got 5, you're in the running. And we appreciate you playing. As always, you want a pair of tickets to go see Creed, and we'll notify the winner. We'll tell you who that is coming up next on the Sports Bash. Plus, PFF did the rankings of every position, the best pairing at every position. How many pairings do you think the Eagles had the best pairing for? Think about it. I'll tell you the answer coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I'll do the unsportsmanlike moment of the day in just a second. But first, Josh, who we have as a winner for today's Stump the Sports Geek?
There were a lot of people, Mike, who guessed 6. But there were only 3 people who guessed 5.
Only 3 people who guessed 5. Who guessed 5 first?
Jason in Millville.
Jason in Millville, congratulations. You got a pair of tickets to Creed. You were the first person to correctly guess 5 correct answers. And you're going to see Creed at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. All right, we'll do Stump the Sports Geek again next week here on Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN. Florida Panthers, Stanley Cup champions, back-to-back. 3rd straight year in the Stanley Cup Finals, by the way. Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Let's hear it.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are so difficult. I don't want to take away anything from any other sport, but having covered hockey, the mental, physical, emotional toll it takes, it is so rigorous. To be able to get there 3 years in a row and win 2 is remarkable. Make no mistake about it, this is a dynasty and they're not going anywhere.
All right, so we chose the unsportsmanlike moment of the day today for a couple of reasons. One, Stanley Cup last night, Florida wins. This morning on Birds 365, the question that was asked to me by John McMullen was, at what point, what do the Eagles need to do to be considered a dynasty? They've won 2 in 8 years. If they win back-to-back this year, do we put them in that category?
You certainly have the conversation because remember, this is a team now that was just in a Super Bowl a couple of years ago as well and lost. And you could be a dynasty and get there multiple times, but win multiple times.
Well, I think if the Eagles do go back-to-back, 3 in a 10-year span, less than a 10-year span, you would have to certainly say what they have accomplished would put them in that category. Florida Panthers beat Edmonton last night. They are the Stanley Cup champions. Football at 4. Mosher coming up next.
Last year, there was a gap because they won the Super Bowl between them and everybody, but I don't think there is no gap. There's no gaps right now. And here's why I say that. Look at our team last year. Look at the Washington Commanders at the very beginning of the season. Everyone would say there was a massive gap between the Commanders and this team. Well, you look back on the season, you're like, oh, maybe there wasn't. They were actually pretty good.
That was Austin Eckler said that. What's this gap, he says? What's a gap between the Eagles and everybody else, specifically the Commanders? But is he right? Last year, we would have said, yeah, there's a gap between Philadelphia and Washington. Washington hasn't been good in our lifetime for most of us. Now, our lifetime, when I was a kid, they were really good. But they haven't been good in a while. But his point is, look, if you were to judge us last year, of course there would be a gap. There's no gaps now. Everything's back to starting point. Jeff Mosher, a lot of people look at the Eagles and say there is a gap between them and Washington. But when you look around the NFC East and specifically Washington, is Austin Eckler fair to say that? And do you think Washington kind of looks at it like, hey, we're not getting enough credit, we're not getting enough respect this offseason?
It's a great topic of conversation, Mike. I'm glad you're bringing it up. We'll have even more of this pretty soon on Inside the Birds podcast because we're starting next week our NFC East preview series. We do it with Greg Cosell. We break it up, all 4 teams. We dedicate an entire podcast to each team. And we did the Washington one. That'll be the 3rd of the 4th out. So you may have to wait a little bit. But the overall point on Washington is this. They're much deeper now than they used to be, especially on the offensive line where they used to be abysmal. And now they have 2 guys on the bench who have started really big playoff games. So that's big for them. They have obviously a franchise quarterback that they hit on. They have some really good players, good coaching staff. However, what we think they lack, as when you compare them to the Eagles, is as much explosive playmakers. Now, maybe Deebo Samuel, sort of reverts to the form he had a couple of years ago when he was All-Pro. Terry McLaurin's a really good number 1 receiver, but you wouldn't put him in A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson category, right? And then after that, they don't have somebody like Devontae Smith, and they certainly don't have a running back like Saquon. So where I think that they can overcome those deficiencies and make this a nice little fight, they don't really pound for pound measure up to the Eagles as far as being an explosive team that can just hit you with so many different weapons. But sometimes a guy like Jaden Daniels can be a neutralizer, Mike.
One of the areas where Washington really struggled last year was against the run. And you look at that, did they do enough this offseason to kind of close the gap? If that was one area where where the Eagles gashed them, do you look at Washington and say, well, they did address that by doing this, and that might be something to close the gap?
I feel like maybe do you have a spy cam in my office? Because you're asking me questions that are literally, I have on my website, on my laptop right now, a story I was reading.
Can you move 500,000? I'm going to get into your computer. That actually happened to a couple people I know that they fell for that scam.
Oh, well, I couldn't move that kind of money because I don't have it. So I'm not really worried about it. But there was a story that came out on Monday from John Keim. He does a great job, friend of mine, ESPN.com. Covers the Commanders, and if you read the lead, the lead of the story is basically an anecdote of the first play of the NFC Championship game, where kind of a screw up on run defense allowed Saquon Barkley to score on the first carry of the game, and then there's a quote from not only their defensive coordinator but a member of the organization, an anonymous member, who said that Saquon has and what the Eagles did really has caused them this offseason to rethink how they're going to go about their run strategy. Now, they signed a guy like Javon Kinlaw, who played pretty well for the Jets last year after not really panning out for the Niners as a first-round pick. They added Dietrich Wise from New England. They've got Frankie Louvu, good linebacker. They've got a couple of good defensive tackles. So we'll see. I'm interested to see schematically, Mike, what they and other teams do after Barkley just went roughshod over everybody last year. You gave the Chiefs 2 weeks to prepare, right? And they stopped Barkley, but they couldn't then stop the pass offense.
Right, and it's one thing, Austin Eckler, obviously a running back, plays offense, and you wonder, did they do a lot offensively to change the dynamics? You go back to that game last year, the first time they played, not the playoff game where the Eagles just absolutely, tore them apart. The first time they played, now Hurts got hurt in that game, but Washington did almost put up 30 points on the Eagle the second game. They put up over 30 points on the Eagle defense in that game. They scored 36 points in that game. So, Washington's offense is saying, hey, we could score on this team. We just had a bad day.
Well, I mean, I would hate to just cherry pick one game and say, because we did it that week, it's kind of like your great argument in the NBA season. Just because you lost a game in February where you played like crap doesn't mean in the playoffs the same thing is going to happen, right? And every once in a while in a 17-game season, you're going to not play your best. That was the number one ranked defense the Eagles finished with, and they just didn't play a great game that day. But in fairness, I mean, Jaden Daniels had some back-breaking runs. Obviously he had the bomb to Terry McLaurin in that game. They moved the ball so much better than they did in the first game when you could tell he was still bothered by that shoulder injury. But the point I'm making is just because it happened last year in one game doesn't mean it's going to be the new norm for the Commanders. Now, I think that their ability to what they did in the offensive line by getting Tunsil and drafting Josh Connerly out of Oregon will help them be more balanced and better
Big
offensively.
Time.
Yeah, but they just, at the end of the day, they're putting so much pressure on Daniels because they really, to me, don't have a guy that you would consider a top 5 to 10 playmaker in the league. I like McLaurin. I like Debo, but they're not.
So,
like that.
yeah, I was going to say, so you're looking at the Debo addition and not saying that's as impactful as maybe Washington thinks it will be.
Well, Debo's if you get Debo from, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago when he was a first-team All-Pro, and that year, remember, he was carrying the ball, he's catching the ball, he's doing everything in an offense conducive to that. Then yes, I mean, then the conversation changes. But this is several years later, and what did he have? He had he had 1,700 yards from scrimmage that year, Mike, 2021. So we are going to be 4 years removed from that. Yeah, and then he did have 1,100 yards and 12 touchdowns in 2023. So we're only going to be 2 seasons removed from that. But again, he's been injured before, and he's dynamic, but he's a high volume guy, right?
Well, what do you think though?
Justin Jefferson. What
do you think about him though? I agree he's not Justin Jefferson, but what do you think about him as the other guy? I don't know. Brandon Ayuk, was Ayuk the other guy? That's an interesting. Is McLaurin the guy, and now Debo can kind of hang under the radar? Was it different than Ayuk in the dynamic in San Francisco and how they used him there?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. But the San Francisco offense is designed to get players open in space. Now, Cliff Kingsbury does a fantastic job of that as well. So I do think as long as he's healthy and can play 15 games, he's going to be a weapon for them. Will he be a 1,500-yard weapon? Will he be a number 1 or a 1A? I mean, you can get away with him being a 2 if McLaurin gave you a 1,400-yard season, right? As opposed to maybe 1,000 or 1,100 yards. We'll see. I mean, McLaurin's a good player. I don't want to take anything away from him, but I just think this team is lacking a little bit more in the explosive category.
All right, well, what do you think of their trio? Because you got McLaurin, who the Eagles have had some problems with. Debo, and then Noah Brown, Michael Gallup, and then Brian Robinson always seems, Zach Ertz. The Eagles, obviously, new safety, new corner. The matchup between the secondary and then the totality of what Washington now has. Because last year you had McLaurin, you didn't have Debo, you had Noah Brown kind of as the, cosplaying as a number 2. They also have Luke McCaffrey in there as well. So when you look at the entire secondary and now the totality of what they bring to the table.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're more balanced and deeper. McCaffrey's a 3rd-round pick, so they got to find out in year 2 if he can add a little bit of pizzazz to that offense. And the same thing with their tight end, Ben Sinnott, who they drafted in the 2nd round last year, who did not make much of an impact. And if he doesn't make an impact this year, a much far greater impact, then it's going to look like a bad pick. So those are 2 guys that can probably help you. Again, not necessarily explosive players, but can at least help you move the chains. There's nothing wrong with being, and the Eagles have been this before too, right? You look at the 2017 Super Bowl team, that was not an explosive team. That was run the ball with LeGarrette Blount and Jay Ajayi and throw the ball to Ertz and Alshon Jeffrey. And every once in a while, you'd get a big play downfield with Aguilar or Jeffrey, but they were a ball control time of possession team. And that's why they were able with that offensive line. And that seems to me where the Commanders are headed, except they do have an explosive element with their quarterback, and he can make that happen the way Carson Wentz did in 2017. So there might be some similarities there.
By the way, the Eagles and the NFL made it official today. Sunday, we will be officially 1 month away from Eagles training camp opening. The Eagles will open camp on July 22nd, and they will have a joint practice against the Browns on August 13th. So Sunday, the Phillies will play the Mets on Sunday Night Baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN, and the official countdown 1 month to training camp will be on. Jeff Mosher, are you excited? Are you ready?
I'm just can't wait, Mike. As in the words of the immortal Bart Scott, can't wait. Also,
Can't wait.
Sunday, we're going to go from having Seattle-like weather all spring long to South Florida weather as we just completely
finally,
skip
right?
spring altogether. Right.
All right. Pro Football Focus, Moshe, put out the NFL's best duos at every position.
Okay.
The Eagles had the best duo at 3 separate positions. Which ones do you think they were?
The best duo. Now, how does that work with offensive line? Like best tackles, offensive
The best
tackles?
tackle combination, the best guard combination. I guess they didn't do center.
Okay. So I'm gonna
the
go
best,
yeah,
the best tight end, the best running back. 2 at each of those positions.
I'm going to, if not offensive tackles, then I don't know what would be. So I would go offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle, Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson, they were the best tackle combination. That's one.
All right.
Mailata, by the way, had a 95 overall PFF grade. Lane Johnson, an 88.
Nice. I'm going to go, even with sort of an unknown on Moro Ojomo, I'm going to say that the Jalen Carter just is so great that whoever you're putting next to him with is going to give you the number one DT combo there. So I'll go.
That
Jalen
is correct.
Carter, Moro Ojomo.
Although it was Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis is the interior defensive line. They believe Carter and Davis are the best duo in the league. Are you surprised by that?
No, not at all. not one slight bit.
Carter, by the way, was 18th on the list at 73, which is kind of surprising that he fell that low on their grading scale, yet as dominant as he is.
Right. Now, the third one is tricky. I mean, I feel like the low-hanging fruit is A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, but I personally think there are some better duos in the league than that, but I'm not the one doing this poll. And every other position I'm thinking of with 2 players at it, linebacker, safety, corner, we don't really know who the number 2 is going to be yet. So I don't want to take the low-hanging fruit. Even guard, we don't exactly know Tyler Steen's going to be the right guard. I'm going to go guard. I'm going to say that they're just assuming Steen and Dickerson's going to be the best guard combination in the league. Is that it?
It is not guard. The guard combinations, by the way, the top 2, according to Pro Football Focus, entering this season, the 2 tackles were the Eagles. The 2 guards were the Chicago Bears in the NFC.
Yeah.
Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson. So this is a team that went from, and this is a good conversation because this is an NFC team that now with 2 offensive linemen, do they have enough, because we thought the Bears could be sneaky last year because of their skill players, but their line was horrendous.
Yeah.
Now, do they have the offensive line to help them make that jump? Could they be the Commanders of last year?
Yeah, no, certainly. I know that's the hot item, the hot prediction going into the year. To me, they're still the Bears until proven otherwise. But we'll see. So all right. Was it A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith? I can't imagine.
It is not wide receiver. The wide receivers were the Cincinnati duo.
All right.
Chase and Higgins.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are they assuming full health for Nakobe Dean and going with Dean and Zach Baun? That's the only reason I didn't say it.
Zach Baun and Nakobe Dean were the best duo at linebacker. So I'm glad it kind of took us here.
Yeah.
Last year at this time, we were saying they had the weakest linebacking core in the league, and now they're saying they have the best duo in all of football. Is that too aggressive? If Dean is healthy, do you think and by the way, Dean being healthy, even if he is healthy, there's no guarantee that he's nearly the player that he was with that injury. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'll say this, and I'll try not to be evasive. I'll try to put my neck out there. Last year, Bourne and Dean played like the best combination, and I don't think it's close. I really don't think it's close. I think that's how great both of them played. In fact, Cliff Kingsbury said before the Super Bowl in an interview, I think on radio at Media Row, that the Eagles had the most elite spacing on defense that he had ever seen in his life. And, spacing really refers to your back end and how you're playing that interior level between your nickel with DeJean and your two linebackers. And I think he was right, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They played. Now, what I will say is you've got a very small sample size on Bourne playing at this level. And, while we all hope that he comes back and play, the Eagles fans hope that he plays at that level, that's going to be really difficult for a guy to replicate. I'm not saying he's a one-year wonder, but with all eyes on him and having to repeat that with a lot of new guys around him on defense, I'm not sure that's going to be real easy. So I don't know that they'll go into – I don't know that by week 10 we'll be having this conversation that the Eagles have the best inside linebacker duo in the NFL, but they absolutely were last year, and I don't think it was close.
All right, Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan on the latest ITB. Got a chance to catch up with Eagles tight end Dallas Goedert. And, let's get your thoughts on what Goddard thinks about the evolution of this offense this year. Does he look at this offense as, something that's got more layers to it than we've seen before?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question in our conversation with Dallas that 2023 is on the minds of the Eagles offense, and that's the epic collapse and especially the stale offense, as Nick Sirianni called it, because they just did a poor job of expanding their concepts, freshening their concepts. That's what led to the firings and the hiring of Kellen Moore and Nussmeier and et cetera, et cetera. So there's no question that Dallas was saying that it's good to have Kevin Patullo, who's been here through all the coordinators, knows this offense like the back of his hand, and was not only there for the highest of the high, but also the collapse. So he has a good understanding of saying, hey, we know what we do well. We need to continue to do what we do well, but we also can't get stale. We have to freshen up certain concepts,
which is something they thought happened to them in 2023. They thought they got stale.
That was my point. Yes, that is on their minds, that they cannot let that happen again, that they can't just line it up with all the talent that they have and think we'll just do everything we did last year, add a little bit here, add a little bit there and win games. No, they will at times not necessarily reinvent the wheel or redefine themselves, but they will have to be a different iteration. That's the word Jalen Hurts used a lot, of themselves this year.
All right, check out that full conversation with Dallas Goedert on the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. And, of course, on Football at 4 here today, good conversation with Jeff Mosher. We're going to be 1 week away from Eagles training camp the next time we talk to you, friend.
1 month away, my friend.
1 month away. 1 month away.
Don't make me jump through this microphone and scream and strangle you for saying that.
Sorry. You
scared me.
All right, we'll catch up with Mosher on Monday. Thanks, man. It's a Mosher Monday mailbag edition here on Monday.
Take care.
All right, there's Jeff Mosher, everybody, from the Inside the Birds podcast. ITB. The guys, of course, do a great job over at InsideTheBirds.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live. We hope everybody out there, it is a hot one out there today. Thunderstorms supposed to be coming at what point? I don't know. When are the thunderstorms going to come? Who knows? We'll see. Hopefully it all holds out. They always tell us things are going to be crazy. The weather's going to get nuts. Let's hold off on the thunderstorms, okay? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. It is the Sports Bash Live. And by the way, don't forget the conversation that was out there a little earlier from the Commanders. Talk about Austin Eckler saying the gap. There's no gap. It's silly to talk about a gap. Last year, the Commanders won 12 games. I think we said 11 of them came against non-playoff teams. So keep that in mind, Commanders. Know your role and shut your mouth. Sports Bash Live. Coming up, the Nuggets are here. Nick Earnshaw has today's Nuggets. Plus, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City at 5 o'clock. Mike usually joins us in the 2 o'clock hour. But now that the Phillies lineup is out, we'll have Mike on to get his reaction to Castellanos' return. He is back in the lineup tonight. Nick Castellanos, a one-game absence, which we thought. Poll question is up at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. 73% think Topper is in the right. 26% say Castellanos is in the right. Are you Team Casty or are you Team Topper? You can vote right now. 73% saying Topper, 26% saying Casty.
The 26% of the people you never want to hire for a job.
All right, more Sports Bash. Knicks Nuggets are coming up next. All right, 427 Sports Bash, time for Nick's Nuggets, brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And he joins me every day at this time with another edition of Nick's Nuggets. We got a nugget earlier today. Nick Castellanos back in the lineup. We've got, this Paul George stuff that is kind of out there right now. We talked about that a little earlier. We got the official date of Eagles training camp. What nuggets have we got on the table today?
Oh, we got a few. We had one big nugget yesterday with the breaking news of Castellanos being benched, but we have a couple we'll get into today. But we got to put to bed the Castellanos talk with nugget number one. We got to respond to your poll. Which team are you on, Topper or Casty? I think this one's pretty easy. You have to go with Rob Thompson. I mean, if you're not on Rob Thompson's side, I mean, Josh might have a heart attack over there. So first of all, that's one reason you got to be on Rob Thompson's side. So I'm on Thompson's side. He is leading the poll as of right now on the X platform. But, you know, it's funny. I was reading the article that was put out by Gail, by Charlotte. In The Athletic. And, you know, this isn't the first time that Castellanos has gotten testy. He has talked about hitting in the lineup in a certain spot, right? In the heart of the order. He has done this before. So this doesn't shock me that he said something inappropriate to Rob Thompson for being taken out of the game. And we know what type of personality that Nick Castellanos has. So if you're not on the side of Rob Thompson in this situation, then I think you just have not been keeping up on this Phillies team and where this Phillies team has been at, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, listen, to me, it's petty. I mean, he has not done anything significant enough to earn the ability to kind of do what he wants to do, right? He's not on Bryce Harper's level. He's not that kind of guy. Quite frankly, he's been one of the more frustrating guys that this team has had. We've been asking for a right-handed power bat since he got here. Hello, he is a right-handed power bat. The problem is he hasn't been a productive right-handed power bat. He's been a slap-hitting right-handed bat for most of this season, and he's been an average power hitter for most of the rest. So I don't know who Nick Castellanos thinks he is to come in there pounding his chest thinking he can set the rules of when he plays, where he plays, and when he gets removed from the game. Quite frankly, he's lucky he's got this stupid streak going, which is another reason why I don't care about his stupid streak, because, quite frankly, I don't know what he's done to earn the opportunity to get such a streak. He should have had his ass sat last year in April and May when he couldn't hit his weight. He was hitting like under 200 for 2 months of the year, and they stuck with him every single day. So shame on him. Who the hell does he think he is to show up, the manager, and the manager who puts his name in the – it's unbelievable. It's incomprehensible to me that this guy would do what he did.
Yeah, and I was sitting on it yesterday. It's like Rob's not one to, go to the media to talk about stuff like this, right? And really get into detail. Called out his own player. He said, yeah, inappropriate comment. That's not something Rob Thompson does. So I slept on it, and I'm like, yeah, there's no way. I mean, this wouldn't have turned into a thing if Castellanos didn't do something so egregious. I mean, come on. He probably said something crazy. Thompson was like, all right, I got to do something here. He sits Castellanos down. So, listen, I mean, the problem I have with Rob Thompson is he left it up for interpretation. Now people are asking, what did he say? What did Castellanos say? He's back in the lineup tonight. But I'm still on Thompson's side here because Castellanos is one of the worst right fielders in baseball. Defensively, not very good. And I know people, last night Kepler missed that ball. He might have lost it in the lights too. So that might have been part of it too. People were freaking out on social media. But sometimes you got to do that as a manager. I don't have a problem with it. I'd like to know what Castellanos said. I think the whole world would like to know what he did and said. But it doesn't shock me that it was him that did something inappropriate. He's kind of a kooky guy. This doesn't surprise me. So I got to side with the manager on this one. Rob Thompson's not one to go out and just bench you for no reason.
Yeah, listen, again, it bothers me that Castellanos thinks he is on some level that he's not on. That's all. I mean, to me, he's not on that level. You're not on that level, Castellanos. And again, this is coming from, I was a big fan of this signing. This is something that, when they made this deal, I loved it. I was like, dude, this is awesome that they went out and invested in this guy who had a great year. And by the way, going back, the Phillies and myself, shame on all of us, he had never been that type of hitter, but he was coming off a really big year. The guy walked in with a ski mask and stole money from the Phillies. He's lucky he's in the lineup every day, let alone tell them the parameters of where he wants to hit and whether or not he gets pulled for his wildly poor defense.
Who's more of a thief in your estimation? Is it Castellanos or Tobias Harris? Which one you taking? Which contract was more theft-like, Mike?
That's a good question.
I just thought of that. It's just like, who stole more money? I think Tobias a little more. Because he goes to the Pistons, had a nice year this year. Couldn't do it here. Had some nice defensive stops, but,
I would say Tobias, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
That Nick has earned his deal more than Tobias did because Nick pretty much single-handedly won them a playoff round.
He did.
Tobias never did that.
No, he had 0 in Game 7.
So why they were both wildly disappointing for the money that they signed for. Nick Castellanos hasn't been disappointing if he's just a $7 million player. He's just an average guy. That's what he is. He's an average player. It's what Nick Castellanos is. He doesn't suck. He's not awful. He's just average, but he doesn't get paid to be average.
Right.
But he did have a bananas series against the Braves in the playoff the one year.
Yeah, 2023 had the big year in the big series against the Atlanta Braves. I mean, the guy just was mashing baseballs. That's what you paid him to do. So I'll give him that. I agree with you. I think Tobias was more of a thief for their contracts. They're both nice players, but they did not live up to the wealth of their contract. That I think is just totally evident.
No question. Yeah. I mean, and Tobias Harris was, nice player. Just absolutely wasn't worth a max deal.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. Did you catch the Stanley Cup Finals last night, Mike? Did you tune in? Were you locked into Game 6? Because I certainly was. And, one thing that I did take away with this, people were talking about is Sergei Bobrovsky's a back-to-back champion. And if we go way back in the early 2010s, the Flyers had Sergei Bobrovsky as a young, undrafted 22-year-old. They bring him in. He played, a little bit with the Flyers. They then trade him to the Columbus Blue Jackets. People are now saying, is that one of the worst Philly sports trades in the history of this city? Because it might be. The guy has won 2 straight Stanley Cups. He's really resurrected his career in the latter part with the Florida Panthers. Mike, give me a horrible Philly sports trade. Is Bobrovsky up there for you? And if so, is there anything worse? Because I do have one that may be worse.
Well, the Markelle Fultz trade is pretty bad in hindsight. That trade is hideous. The Zaire Smith deal, which ended up being, realistically, that trade is Zaire Smith and Tobias Harris, because Harris was what you got back for the draft pick. So it was Zaire Smith and the draft pick for Bridges.
Yep.
That trade's pretty bad. With hindsight, Bridges versus Tobias Harris, they're similar type of players. Both like 3rd or 4th players on your team. The Markelle Fultz trade, though, will be forever one of the worst in terms of how it turned out. They get Jason Tatum. You gave them another pick, and Fultz was an abomination for you, so that pick's awful. The Bobrovsky trade at the time, he just wasn't all that great here. He was a very young kid. Nobody knew he's this guy.
And they signed Ilya Brizgalov. It led to absolute disaster. That's the problem.
Well, and people applauded that, though, that they finally went and spent money on a goalie, and then that guy got lost in the woods.
He was brutal. So that's looking back in hindsight, bad trade. I'll give you one of the worst trades, especially with the return that they got back. And that is the Cole Hamels trade in 2015. That was such an awful trade looking back now. None of those guys panned out. The Phillies traded, it was right after he threw the no-hitter in Wrigley, right? So Cole Hamels, Jake Diekman goes to the Texas Rangers, getting rid of another decent arm in your bullpen, by the way. The Phillies got back Jared Eichhoff, Jorge Alfaro, Nick Williams, Matt Harrison, Jake Thompson, and Alec Asher. And the audience right now, if you're listening in your car, you're going, who? Who did they get back? That Cole Hamels trade set this franchise back for years because that was supposed to be the building block for them to get the rebuild started, and it just did not pan out. In recent memory, past 15, 20 years, that is one of the worst trade in Philly sports, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Hamels was still like at the end of his prime there. So, yeah, you're hoping to get a little bit more. Like, trading Hamels at that time, the team is certainly now in a losing spot. And they did get a lot of guys that you were like, there was one of the pitchers they ended up getting in that deal that you were hoping became something. One of the starters.
Yeah, Jake Thompson.
Yeah, Jake Thompson never made it. Eichhoff was, none of those guys. None of them panned out. Yeah, there's a lot of, man, I'm trying to think back. They traded away.
They traded every one of those core guys to the Dodgers. Victorino, Rollins, Utley, and none of those guys really panned out either.
Well, they traded all those guys at late in their career. Yeah, they traded them all late.
But Hamels, I think that might be in the past 10 to 15
the worst
years.
The worst trade of all the trades.
Let's hear it.
Cliff Lee to the Mariners for Felipe Aumont.
That's a bad one too.
That one's the worst of all of them.
See, I don't know. I think the Hamels one's 10 times worse.
No.
You don't think so?
No, because Cliff Lee, you had traded to get him, and then he far exceeded the expectations and became so beloved. And then you go get Halladay, and you're thinking you got Halladay and Lee? And then we're like, well, no, we had to restock the farm system, so we traded Lee. You're like, wait, what? And they didn't get one player back. And Felipe Aumont was the most infuriating guy ever. He was so awful. And he was supposed to be like the jewel of that deal. I don't even remember who else was in that deal.
So for that deal, they got Tyson Gillies was also in that deal. J.C. Ramirez was in that deal as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
awful deal.
That was an awful one, too. I don't know, though. I think the Hamels one might be worse.
No way.
Eichhoff, Alfaro, Williams, Harrison, Thompson, Alec Asher, not one of those guys panned out either. And that was another big building block that was supposed to lead you into the future.
No, but like Alfaro's still, I think, in the league. He's been a guy who's been like a contributing player in the league. Some of these guys like stuck around and played. None of those guys in the Lee deal, none of them made it. None of them. Eichhoff had a couple cup of coffees around the league. He kind of hung around. Diekman, was he in that deal? Diekman
was in the deal with Hamels.
Right, exactly. So you had guys that at least were like journeyman players. The Lee deal, you got nothing in return.
Those are two bad ones. And it both involve starting pitchers with the Philadelphia Phillies. Hopefully, if the Phillies trade Ranger Suarez, they can get a little bit more back than with those guys. Not great returns there, Mike Gill.
No, and Nick Williams played for a little while. He at least, a lot of these guys at least were like played in the majors and hung around for a bit. Like Matt Harrison ended up being a guy who pitched for a while in the major leagues. He pitched for years in the majors.
He was like a kicker in the deal. He's like, here, just take this guy. You know what I mean? That's what Harrison was in that Hamels deal. That 2015, you still hadn't gotten to the playoffs till 2022. So it really did not work out in the Phillies' favor. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. I got a fun one for you. Not for the guy who this impacts, though. Are you familiar, Mike, and maybe the audience is too, with MLB's Beat the Streak game? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I know what it is.
All right, so I was going to talk about this yesterday, but I saved it for today because we didn't get a chance to because of the whole Castellanos thing. So there was an individual, and the whole point of the game is to beat DiMaggio's streak. 56 games, you have to try and get 57. You have to pick a player each day in the major leagues to get a base hit. You could pick, I believe, up to two players per day to get a base hit. So this guy got up to 50, and it's one of the longest streaks ever since the game's inception in the early 2000s. He picked a Philadelphia Athletic the other day, and usually you don't want to pick a guy like on the Philadelphia Athletics, but Jacob Wilson, who's had a massive year, great year the other night, got a base hit in theory to right field. It was one of the only hits of the game he could have had. But then there was a runner on first. Runner gets thrown out at second base. It is then declared a fielder's choice, so it was not ruled a hit. This guy's streak to win millions of dollars evaporated because of a fielder's choice base hit to right field. Guy gets thrown out at second base.
So the official scoring gets brought under scrutiny. I feel like during the Phillies games, like every single night, they're always ripping the official scoring of it. So I'm watching the video on let's see here. So let me see the play and see what ends up happening.
So Wilson, base hit to right field. However, runner on first, slow to get to second. The right fielder then throws out the runner at second base. It is ruled a fielder's choice from right field. Crazy. Your streaks. You're almost at 50.
So this happened in the Phillies game the other day. Something similar, where they called it a single and then an error. It was in the game was it on Sunday? It was a ball hit back to like the pitcher's mound area up the third base side. And it was the play that Otto Kemp tried to pick it, but he made the error.
Yeah.
He couldn't pick the ball cleanly. And I think they ended up changing the scoring on the play to benefit who pitched on Sunday.
That's a good question. I could look it up right now.
Was it Wheeler?
Was it Wheeler?
Yeah, I think it was Wheeler that was pitching because they were going for the sweep. Yeah. It was a game. Otto Kemp was playing first base. I think Wheeler threw the ball, and it was like a bounce to him, and Kemp tried to pick it, and he couldn't pick it cleanly. And I think they gave the guy a hit, but an error on some other area. I don't know, but that play there, they might have to go back and rescore.
Well, it's 2 days ago now at this point, so I don't know if they could go back and change it.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they will go back and say, "Hey, there was a game on Wednesday night that the official score has been changed."
Oh man, could you imagine though? Like that guy's. They probably already changed the streak already. He's probably back down to 0 already.
That would be a mess.
You're that close, like 5-point-something million, whatever the payout is. And just a little tweak like that can ruin the whole thing. I thought I felt bad for that guy. He's at 50 in a row, gotten right, get a base hit, and boom, a stupid play like that. And the scoring, it's just ridiculous anymore. Some of the way that the errors are being scored, hits are being scored. We are in a weird timeline for that.
No doubt, but we have seen, because the official scoring is so weird now, we have seen it, go back and get changed from time to time.
Yeah, so I don't know what you could do if they do change it at some point, right? I think they're just going to leave it probably as a fielder's choice, I guess, at this
that's
point.
a brutal way for that thing to end. And so he had 50 straight?
50 straight, yeah, and he was on his way.
I used to do the beat the streak. So what do? You just have to pick a player to get a hit every day, right?
Every day, or I think you could pick 2 to get to increase your number. You can pick 2.
So has anybody ever won?
No one's ever won. Nope. And he was getting close. He was the closest in a few years, to say the least.
Yeah, it said he had a 50-game streak. He was 7 picks away from winning $5.6 million.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
You play the beat the streak?
I have, yeah. And seeing this, I haven't played it in probably 2 years. And this is going to get me back into it.
I was going to say, it's probably been since college. I feel like this thing's been around that long. It's been years since I've played.
Yeah, and it's still going strong. I forgot it was still going on. I'm like, oh, this guy almost had it. And then a fielder's choice, like a base hit fielder's choice. The fact that it ended like that, I feel for the guy. Because I think I've gotten into the 20s before.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be at the top of the ESPN.com page. It was like very
Yeah.
visible. Where do you even get it now?
I think it's MLB or something like that. I think MLB runs it now or something along those lines.
MLB.com, or is it on ESPN?
I thought it was MLB.com.
Oh, so ESPN doesn't even do it anymore.
I don't think ESPN does it anymore. No, I
Okay.
think it's MLB.com now.
Yeah, I got to go back, too, and look at the Sunday Phillies. I think it was the Sunday Phillies game.
Against Wheeler,
that the play happened where Kemp was playing first, and they changed the scoring of the play.
Yeah. Yeah, and the scoring has been very, very interesting over the past few years in baseball. All right, moving along. Final nugget before I get out of here. I saw that Jazz report that the Sixers might want to move back to 5. They could get off the Paul George contract. Do we want to get off the Paul George contract this year? Do we want to even try and see what he has left heading into this season, Mike? Because I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. I kind of want the Sixers to stay put with where they're at. If they can get a massive deal, massive haul, maybe get off the Paul George contract, sure. But I feel like they should just stay where they're at, Mike. I don't know. That's where I'm at right now.
I would take this deal in 1 second. If I could move to 5 and get off the Paul George deal, I would do it. Now, I don't know what Utah would give you back. I mean, Utah's one of the teams. Like, if they give you Laurie Markkanen, I'd take that deal in a split second.
I don't know if that's going to happen, though.
The other guy that the money lines up would be John Collins, and I think I would take that deal in a split second.
So you would move off the Paul George contract in a heartbeat and just say, forget it, I'm out of the Paul George services.
Yes, so much so that we talked before about the worst contracts. Like Trey Turner's $300 million still, to me, is the one that's the worst because of the length of the deal. I know he's playing well, but the length of that deal is what I'm looking at. How well is he going to be playing 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years from now? And by that point, Paul George's contract will be over. But if I could get out of that deal for 1 year of John Collins, I think I make that deal, and then I get the freedom to go back into free agency next offseason.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's always next year with the 76ers, though. That's the problem I have. It's just always next year. You're already locked into this Paul George thing. I mean, I don't even know what value you'd have. I don't know if Utah would even want to do that and take Paul George. I don't know who would want that contract at this point. Do you think about even the KD sweepstakes and try and even get in on that?
No.
Because that's an expiring deal.
I'm out on that deal most likely, but and I'll tell you why, it's because in this deal, I'm getting a player and I'm getting the 5th pick in the draft. So I still get to get another young player in the top 5 in the draft. But if I get out of a deal 1 year from now, the free agent list is, I mean, a lot of these guys are older, but Dame Lillard, Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Trae Young, Luka Doncic, Zach LaVine, Fred VanVleet, Kyrie Irving, James Harden again. De'Aaron Fox would be a guy that you would have some interest in. You know, C.J. McCollum, Kristaps, but that's an older, but really Jaren Jackson. That's a pretty big class.
Well, that's why I asked if you even try and get in the KD sweepstakes, because KD's an expiring deal. You only you have him for this year, and then you move off.
Well, I thought you were asking me what I think the KD sweepstakes over this deal. No, I would take this deal over KD because I'm getting the 5th pick in the draft, and I value that much more than just 1 year of KD.
All right, there it is. That's the Nuggets today, Mike.
There you go. Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Nuggets are back tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Hey, coming up next, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Nick Castellanos is back in the lineup tonight. But will this thing spill over? Will it be a bigger deal? Mike McGarry, going to talk to him about the fact that, hey, there's only a couple reporters down there. Would this be a bigger deal if it was at home? Or is this thing just kind of fizzled out? Castellanos is back in the lineup hitting 4th. So it seems that it has kind of fizzled out. But we'll talk to veteran reporter Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City next. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash driving you home here. It's the final hour of the show, but so much to get into. Phil's down in Miami tonight. The batting lineup is out. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Stott, Sosa, Marsh, Suarez on the mound. That means Sosa's at third, Bohm's at first. No Kemp tonight in the lineup, so they've got an interesting mix here because you got the lefties in the lineup, and then Sosa's out there instead of Kemp. So they're trying to find a way to get Sosa a little bit of playing time. So he's out there. Kemp is not in the lineup tonight. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, was kind enough to jump into the 5 o'clock hour with us. We'll talk some Phillies and a bunch of stuff here, Mike, because obviously this happened yesterday, this Castellanos stuff. I want to get your take on, number one, the lineup comes out. Castellanos' name is not in the lineup. Then slowly after, or quickly after, I should say, the two reporters, I think there's only two reporters down there that tweeted out, hey, he said an inappropriate thing. He's not in the lineup tonight. One of the reporters got to talk to Castellanos, and he said, yeah, the manager's decision there. He's back in the lineup tonight. Is this the last we've heard, what we'll hear of this thing, or will this thing manifest?
Well, we'll see going forward, how it kind of plays out. I'm sure both Castellanos and to Rob Thompson, it would be a one-and-done thing, but we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, suppose they're in the same situation tonight and they're up 2 runs in the 8th inning. The logical move would be to pull Castellanos again for defense. Is this going to be a routine thing, and how is he going to react to it? So my takeaway from yesterday, Mike, is that for Rob Thompson to do this, and I have no idea what Castellanos did or say, he must have definitely felt like he crossed the line. And I was also a little disappointed that Castellanos, before the game, didn't come out and say, hey, I may have been out of line. I apologize. I didn't mean for it to get this far. It's the manager's decision. Hopefully we can, go forward. He didn't really say that yesterday. So I thought that was interesting also.
Yeah, the fact that, and Charlotte Barnes was on earlier. She's one of the, I think there's only 2 reported. It sounds like there's only 2 anyway. Charlotte and Lachlan March, both, by the way, very new on the beat. They get thrown into this situation where this happens. They're the 2 down there reporting on this. She had said that Thompson said on Monday that this would be something that they might do more often. So if that's the case, the fact that Castellanos reacted the way that he did, is that concerning with the way that it sounds like if Castellanos mad about this, and if this is something they're going to do, is this going to be something that happened? Not that he's going to say this all the time, but is this the beginning of potential friction between Thompson and Castellanos?
Yeah, we'll see going forward, Mike, because, and again, no reporting here, but I find it hard to believe with the way Rob Thompson values relationships with players and the way he values communication with players, and hearing him talk about those 2 subjects for years, I have a hard time to believe that the first Castellanos heard that he might be removed as a late-inning defensive replacement was when they pulled him from the game Tuesday night. There's no way that happened in my mind. So I'm guessing that they had some conversations about this. So, that makes Castellanos' reaction a little bit even more disappointing because I'm sure that it didn't happen. Like the first Castellanos learned of it when, they told him to sit on the bench and they told Johan Rojas to grab a glove.
Absolutely. So, Johan, and this is the situation for those of you who don't really remember. I mean, the Phillies are up 3-1 at the point in the 8th inning, and Castellanos hit in the 8th inning. His spot in the order is no longer viewed that it's going to come up again. It goes to 3-2, okay, but then you score 2 runs in the 9th inning in the top half to make it 5-2. Castellanos' spot in the order does come back up. Would you rather Castellanos hit than Rojas? Absolutely, but you're up 5-2. You want the better defensive players in. The move that Thompson made is the correct move and well within his rights.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's the manager. He can do anything he wants.
Right, but I mean, we do. Listen, we make a living out of questioning what managers do.
It's the sound baseball move. And again, if it's 1 run and you're worried about a tie game and going into extra innings, then you want Castellanos' bat in the game, right? But with a 2-run lead, you want your better defensive outfielders out there in the 8th and 9th innings. And, Mike, it wasn't like he was removed in the 6th inning or the 7th inning or the 5th inning. This was the 8th inning. I'm old enough to remember Pat Burrell playing left field for the Phillies in 2008. He basically played 6 innings. If the Phillies were up after 6 innings, Pat Burrell was out of the game. And that was every game all season long. And, Mike, I've seen Kyle Schwarber removed from a game in the 8th and 9th innings for a pinch runner. What's the difference? You don't see Kyle Schwarber and complain and stuff like that. What's the difference between being removed for a pinch runner or a defensive replacement? I've seen it happen to Schwarber. I've seen it happen to other players. It really is kind of perplexing how Castellanos reacted here. You wonder, he's from Miami. Did it mean something more because he was home? His reaction to this move is kind of perplexing. Basically.
Does it? Okay, so this brings up the other thought that I had, and I don't know. I mean, did he? He said something inappropriate. Was he disrespected by who replaced him?
Well, I mean, he can't be disrespected by who replaced him because all 3 guys are better defensive outfielders than he is. I mean, and I think this has become now, here's the other issue, Mike. Maybe he was a little bit annoyed because the conversation the previous couple of days had been, and Castellanos had taken a couple of questions about this, about how good he was as a defensive outfielder. He had talked, I think, in a story on Phillies Nation about how his defensive metrics weren't that good. I think there were a couple of balls that Thompson said he should have caught that he didn't catch. So maybe this was kind of percolating for a couple of days, and it kind of hit a breaking point with him being pulled from the game. Hey, he's a professional athlete. He's a prideful guy. And let me say this about Nick Castellanos, Mike. I've walked into Citizens Bank Park hundreds of times during his time at the Phillies. I've walked into road games also to cover the Phillies. This is 5-6 hours before first pitch. And 9 times out of 10, if the team is out there taking extra batting practice, it's Castellanos out there all the time. You see him working on his fielding constantly. I don't think, from my observation, there's a harder working Philadelphia Philly than Nick Castellanos. So, I'm not sure what happened yesterday, except sometimes, maybe sometimes we all have bad days, and this was one of Castellanos' bad days. We'll see going forward how he handles it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they obviously, now, the way that he answered the stuff from, obviously Charlotte Barnes is down there. She tweeted out the way, and you can speak to this, he's such an oddball that you could read what he says and interpret it 10 different ways because of how odd he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's, when you ask Nick Castellanos a question, you have to ask him an exact question. Is sort of, you have to frame your question exactly right, because if you don't frame it exactly right, he's not going to, initiate a conversation with you. He's going to answer the question. If the answer to that question can be yes or no, you're going to get a yes or a no, which for reporters and the media and TV people is not what you're looking for. So he can be a bit, I'm not going to use the word prickly because he's not prickly, but, it is different interviewing him than any other Philly because you just can't throw a topic out there. Like you could say to Trey Turner or Bryce Harper, say, hey, you guys aren't playing that well, what's going on? And they'll give you 2 or 3 sentences. Well, we're just not doing this, bada bing, bada boom. Nick Castellanos isn't going to do that. You're going to have to say, you're not playing well because you're not doing A. What is the cause of that? And then he'll give you a well thought out, very reasonable, very intelligent answer. So, he's a different type of guy. Absolutely. And, who knows? Maybe he just, maybe it was just a bad day. We'll see going forward. I think a little trust today shown by Rob Thompson, putting him in the cleanup spot in the lineup today. So maybe everybody goes forward from here.
Well, it seems like that, and we talked to Charlotte way back in the 2:00 hour. The lineup had not been out yet, but her anticipation was that, yes, he would be back. I guess the question I have for you, Mike, as a reporter, if they're at home and everybody's there, is this a bigger deal? The fact that there's only 2 reporters, and this is not to disparage the job that they did. They asked the questions, they got some answers, and it just kind of went away. She said last night, look, Luzardo was the only guy that was made available. They lost the game, so it didn't really come back up. But if it was at home and everyone's there, would this have been a much bigger – I would say a much bigger deal. It got to be pretty big here locally. I don't know about down there if they had any idea that everybody was like, wait, what the heck happened? But if it's at home, is it a bigger deal?
Yeah, but I'm not sure you get any more. First of all, let me say that Charlotte and Lachlan are two outstanding reporters and outstanding writers and do a great job, and I think they both did an outstanding job yesterday. I think if they're at home, what happens today is you probably have a lot more media. You have Philadelphia TV. You have everybody kind of clamoring, we want to hear from, Nick on and today before the game and stuff like that. I think if that was home, that would be the situation. I think there would be more of a media frenzy, basically.
Right. Yeah, because
today.
I guess the point on that is, again, not disparaging them in any way. They ask the questions, but there's only two of them, so there's not follow-ups of like, well, I want to ask from my outlet. I want to ask from my outlet, and then that manifests into more and more questions. They asked their questions. They got the answers they needed, and then that kind of ended it.
Well, let me put it to you like this. Are the Phillies glad? Is Kevin Gregg, the PR director, glad that this happened when they were on the road and not at Citizens Bank Park? 110%, because it is quicker and easier to kind of tamp things down and move things on the road as opposed to being if home. But this situation is not going to go away. Unfortunately, you're going to see, Castellanos. People are going to put him under a microscope now, much the way during the playoffs last year when the talk about Alec Boehm throwing helmets and questions about his maturity level led to an increased spotlight on him. The same thing is going to go with Nick Castellanos. We're all going to become Nick Castellanos body language experts. We're going to try to interpret every one of his moves. And if Rob Thompson, tonight with a 5-2 lead or a 4-2 lead pulls Nick Castellanos from the game, post-game, one of the first questions to Rob is going to be, hey, how did Nick react to being pulled from the game tonight? So this is not going to go away for a couple of weeks. It's going to follow both Castellanos and the Phillies around for a little bit. The other flip side of it, Mike, is I'm also old enough to remember when Charlie Manuel pulled Jimmy Rollins from a game, I think, up at Shea Stadium I was at, because he didn't run out a pop fly. So, and obviously, they survived that and went on to win a World Series together, and Rollins had one of the best careers in Phillies history. So they can get through this, but, it'll be a topic of discussion for the next couple of weeks, and it'll be one of the stories of the season, basically.
All right, well, Monday is when this all kind of happens, is that he gets pulled from the game. Topper just essentially didn't address it. He said, well, we got Rojas and right-handed this and yada, yada, that. Why do you think they didn't address it at the moment to say, well, he said something, that's why he got pulled?
Well, I think they're just being smart, and they're being, I think they pulled him from the game for the defensive purposes, and Thompson addressed that. Why they didn't go into what had happened, they're just doing what they do at that point. They're just minding their business. They want to control the story. I mean, Rob Thompson's not going to come out in the post-game press conference and say, hey, guys, guess what? I pulled Castellanos from the game, and he went off on me in the dugout, so now you're not going to see me tomorrow or something like. You're not going to see him tomorrow or something like that. So I think that's just them managing the story. And at the time it had just happened, and they probably didn't want to make any sort of decision or.
Well, I guess the odd part is, and maybe they wanted to buy some more time, because the next day, if your intentions aren't to not put him in the lineup with that streak, that question was going to come up. And I mean, I think Thompson Thompson did a good job of just saying, he said an inappropriate comment, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I think that was his best way of trying to diffuse it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they actually did a good job of handling it. And like you said, if there was more media members there, they would have been more media questions, but the answers probably would have been the same. I mean, there's only real two questions. Rob, why is he not playing? Oh, he said something inappropriate. What'd he say? I'm not telling you what he said. Will he be back in the lineup tomorrow? Yes. I mean, after that, you can ask a million questions, but you're probably going to get, one of those three answers, basically, no matter how many questions you ask.
No question. And, you look at that. You're right. I mean, they're not going to come out and say, well, this is what he said. That's why he's getting sat. Everybody will speculate. Well, what level of something that you would have to say to be that disrespectful because Topper gets a lot of heat for being very laid back. And then it's like, well, now all of a sudden you want to flex your muscle. It's a pretty amazing that people are taking sides here, Mike. Some people say, how could Topper bench this guy? It's only one night, by the way, and him playing or not playing didn't do anything to the result of that game. And then he's right back in the lineup today. So I'm imagining that the Phillies think that he was punished, it's over with, time to move on.
Yeah, that's what they're going to tell you. And, they control that narrative, or Nick Castellanos controls that narrative because, the only way it almost compels Rob Thompson to take him out as a defensive replacement now. Like tonight, if they're up 3 runs or 2 runs, because now you're going to get the question, if you don't take him out, you're going to say, well, why didn't you take him? Why did you take him out the other night? Why didn't you take him out tonight? And now Thompson's left. If he doesn't take him out, people are going to say, well, there's Rob Thompson being soft again. Nick Castellanos yelled at him, and now he's afraid to take him out of the game. So there's almost like a no-win scenario here for Nick Castellanos and the Phillies, basically.
Yeah, all right. Mike McGarry, press of Atlantic City. So Castellanos is back. He's playing right field, as we talked about. Now, should we be looking to see if this is something? And, Mike, it is the right move, right, to get somebody out there.
100%.
But the bigger picture is, the outfield is still a problem for them production-wise, but the lineup has started to kind of come around a little bit here recently. Last night, not so much, but they still need to try to find someone to play left field and or center field.
Yeah, I mean, their problems, Mike, through these, dips and highs of the season. And yes, Max Kepler is hitting the ball better. Brandon Marsh is hitting the ball better. Otto Kemp has given them a boost. Offensively, they're coming around. But the point here is that their shortcomings. Kirkring is pitching better in the bullpen. Maybe he's a future closer. A lot of people think he can be. Maybe he can take over that role going forward. But they're still short a couple of arms in the bullpen, and they're still short that right-handed power bat, out of the outfield. And that hasn't changed whether they're playing well or whether they're not playing well. Those are 2 issues that they have got to address, either internally or externally, and probably externally when it comes to the bullpen. And we'll see about Crawford in AAA internally for one of the outfield spots. But, yes, they are short that right-handed bat, and they are short an arm or 2 in the bullpen. I mean, Mike, look at that lineup today. I looked at that lineup today. That lineup, once you get past 3, it doesn't really scare me all that much, basically. And obviously Harper coming back will help that. But you look at that lineup today, it doesn't put the fear of God in you when you get past, the 3-4 guys.
You're right about that. We talked about it before when you saw that lineup and then kind of compare it to the Mets. ESPN.com ranked the lineups. The Phillies have this. They ranked them number 7. Does that sound like? Wait, what? Does that just tell you the glowing problems that everybody else has, or is that wildly too highly ranked?
No, I think that's about right. I mean, the Phillies, and again, I know people that listen to our conversations on 3 times a week here kind of look at us and say, maybe we're gloom and doom or we're talking about this or that. We're talking, again, all these conversations start from the point that this is an excellent baseball team. This is a baseball team with the potential to win the World Series. When we talk about, they need 2 bullpen guys. When we talk about they need a right-handed power bat off the bench, we're talking about this team maximizing its potential and winning a World Series, which is what they're capable of. There are plenty of other teams in baseball, and I would agree, probably 23 other lineups that they can't even imagine. They love to have the problems. That, I'm sure the GM of the Pittsburgh Pirates or the GM of the Colorado Rockies would say, geez, my only problem is I got to get 2 bullpen arms at the trade deadline. I mean, they'd love to have these issues, basically.
All right, Mike, give me your overview of where you're at with Luzardo after watching him last night. He was Cy Young worthy in April, had the one start that make his May numbers look kind of wonky. June, better. Last night, a little erratic, but it's apparent, it seems, that he's not the the clear-cut number 2 guy on this team, though, right?
Yeah, concerned is where I would be with him. He, obviously 2 starts, two starts were terrible. Maybe he was tipping pitches, maybe he wasn't, comes back, pitches great, then takes the mound last night, seemed to lack command. Everything was up. I mean, the velocity was there, but the command wasn't. That's what got him in trouble. The 2 starts he made when he wasn't pitching all that well, when he may have been tipping his pitches. He's already thrown more innings this season than he has last year. Put me down as concerned. I certainly think going forward, you can't count on Luzardo being the guy he was for the first 6 weeks of the season going forward. So that has to be taken into account with every move you made. And granted, I'm going to approach all the ones. Wheeler's a given. Christopher Sanchez to me is a given. Luzardo, I'm in a wait and see mood, and I'm concerned because, there are some warning signs there. The lack of command and especially pitching more innings than he has last year and his previous injury history, those are kind of starting to flash a little bit for me right now.
Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on there. Is he a bullpen possibility? I mean, look, this thing's going to manifest. It's going to be so to see what this team does from the 31st and then afterwards with that rotation, who stays, who goes, who's traded, and whether or not Dombrowski, who has had the reputation of making a blockbuster, he has not done that in Philadelphia. Is this finally the year he says, you know what, I've given this crew 3 seasons, I gave you half this year, has it worked? Does he have the ability to push that button and make a big deal? This is a fascinating final month up to the deadline.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be a fascinating, last 3.5 months of the season because you never know where the journey's going to bring you. I'm sure, when everybody went to the ballpark yesterday, the last thing they expected to be dealing with was Nick Castellanos yelled at Rob Thompson and he was benched from the starting lineup. That's the great thing about baseball, the everyday factor of it. You never know what is going to happen. And to me, the answer is Dombrowski and the Phillies have to be all in. This is this core group's last shot. And really, it's kind of 2 things. It's this core group's last shot, but it's also the first year of a 3-year run where you've got Zach Wheeler for this year and the next 2 years. You've got to maximize this time period. And this core, JT, Kyle Schwarber, Ranger Suarez, there could be some changes coming. This core, I think you've got to do everything you can to have this core put this core over the top. And if that means trading a couple prospects, I trade a couple prospects in a heartbeat to get, real big-time major leaguers in here to put this team over the top.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Kind enough to jump into the final hour. We wanted to see if Castellanos was going to be in the lineup. He is in the lineup. It seems like this thing has been diffused, but the Mets in town this weekend. I'm sure there will be a big contingent of people who want to get their own questions to see if there's any follow-ups there. We'll keep an eye on that. And Mike, of course, here on a Sports Bash Wednesday edition, we'll be back to preview the Phillies and Mets big series on Friday. Thanks, buddy.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
There's Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com here on the Sports Bash. Yeah, we got that Mets series coming up. That game's at Citizens Bank Park. And, of course, you can listen to the Saturday and the Sunday game on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, so the Phils have their lineup out. We'll see what they do tonight in Miami. Castellanos back. As Mike said, the lineup not very deep tonight. Of course, no Bryce Harper, but man, you got Castellanos sitting in the 4-hole. Add it to what they didn't have last night, but still a pretty weak lineup. Tonight, the pitching matchup. You take a look at the pitching matchup for the Phils. They're facing a guy making his his 2025 debut, Adam Mazur, who pitched with the Padres last year. He was not good with the Padres last year, but check that out. And, of course, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But when we come back, are the Sixers trying to get out of this Paul George contract? There's one team that says they are. We'll discuss next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 531 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Phillies and Mets Saturday, Sunday night baseball on 97.3 ESPN. If there is a Game 7, we'll bring you to Game 7 after the Phillies-Mets Sunday night baseball game. I don't think there'll be a Game 7, Josh.
I think that what you saw the Pacers lose that game at home, that was the demoralizer.
Yeah, I think they played their hearts out. They've been into this thing. They've surprised people. They've made it a good series. But I think they're done. But they're at home. Thursday night, you can listen to Game 6 right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's been a good series. I don't know how many people have really paid attention or watched it, but it's been a good series. So check it out tomorrow night. 97.3 ESPN has it for you. Saturday, we have Phillies-Mets. Sunday, we have Phillies-Mets. And if there is a Game 7, we'll have that after Phillies-Mets. So we'll get you right about halftime, so you get to listen to the whole second half of the game. We get Phillies-Mets, and then the most important part, second half of the game on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, we'll be at Tuckahoe Inn. First time live at Tuckahoe Inn. We're going to be having the Lombardi replica with us. If you want to come out and get your picture taken with the trophy, we'll be bringing that around on Thursday. Great spot, by the way, outdoor. That's one of your little spots there.
Yeah, I pop in there sometimes.
Then on Friday, Ventnor Social. We'll be there for the first time. They just opened up. I was actually there the day they opened.
Yeah.
They weren't open the whole way yet. Just over there. They had the upstairs deck bar, and then they had the downstairs area. From what I understand, they've done a really good job on the inside of that place. And the upstairs deck, I was up there the day that it opened. That was about a month or so ago. Really enjoyed it. Haven't got a chance to really walk around or see much in there, but I've heard nothing but good things. We're going to be there Friday on the 27th. So we'll be out next week on the road Thursday and on Friday. Busy time for the Sports Bash.
But we would be remiss before we get to the stuff about the Sixers. Huge NBA news coming down the pike, Mike. For those who haven't heard or seen about it, the Los Angeles Lakers are being sold.
How about that? I didn't know that. This is breaking news to me.
So they are being sold for what is being reported by multiple outlets, approximately $10 billion. It'll be the largest sale of a professional sports franchise in the world at this point. And it is, so Mark Walter, he is the CEO and chairman of the holding group TWG Global. They are an organization that holds investments currently in the Los Angeles Dodgers, Los Angeles Lakers, as well as a Formula One team and the Professional Women's Hockey League. He will now become, while he is the majority owner of the Lakers, because they're buying a majority stake, they're not buying the whole team. The Buss family will still own a part of the team, and Jeannie Buss will continue to act as the managing governor of the team, even though Walter is going to be the majority stakeholder.
Interesting. So the Buss family bought the team back in, the 70s for like
1979 for $67.5 million.
They made some money on this thing.
By the way, they made money double off of that, Mike, because when they bought the Lakers originally, they bought the Lakers and the Forum and the Kings. So it was a 3-deal package that Dr. Jerry Buss bought them for. The Buss family obviously sold the Kings about a decade later. And then, of course, they moved out of the Forum into what used to be the Staples Center, is now the Crypto or the Crip Center. But, yes, the Lakers, so they were originally a $67 million. The Buss family now is getting $10 billion.
Well, owning a team is seemingly a good investment.
Sounds like a great investment. Shame we don't have that money, Mike.
Well, let's see what we have here from this Locked On Jazz podcast.
Right. So for those who didn't hear us having this conversation a couple hours ago, Mike, so one of the beat reporters for the Utah Jazz, his name is Andy Larson. So they were having a conversation about the Utah Jazz, who own the 5th overall pick, Mike, in this year's draft. So 2 picks behind the 76ers at 3rd overall. He was bringing up the fact that there has not been a lot of conversation about who the Jazz will pick, but he has heard a lot of speculation about the Jazz getting phone calls about the 5th overall pick, and one of the teams calling the Jazz about that 5th overall pick.
By the way, did you see Larson's tweet an hour ago?
No, I didn't.
He says, "Welp, I got aggregated today. I'll say this as a point of clarification. Why all of the possibilities I mentioned, Sexton to Dallas, LA Lakers interest in Kessler, Philly interest in a pick swap may have been discussed. They haven't gotten into the serious stages to my knowledge. I'll also say this. What I don't know far, far exceeds what I do know. Those are real discussions that I've heard about from real people over the last few weeks, but I'm generally not kept updated on the status of what's currently happening."
In other words, I'm not in the room with everybody, but I'm hearing about stuff after they leave the room.
Right. So I wanted to throw that out before we play some of this audio to basically say take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. But I think what it does say, and I'll explain after we hear it.
I do think it's true that the Philadelphia 76ers are interested in trading down to number 5 potentially if they can get off the Paul George deal in that contract. I don't think necessarily that may not make a lot of sense for the Jazz given how long that contract is and how iffy Paul George was. I don't think the Jazz are going to take that offer, but I do think that's an offer that's been presented.
Okay, so he's saying, I do think that that's happening. Now, he's not saying that the Jazz are going to take the trade. What he's saying is, though, I think is where you take it with a grain of salt and then put some realistic possibilities behind it is, well, I know the Sixers have called. The Jazz have told me the Sixers have called. They want to get off the Paul George contract. I mean, that to me sounds as clear as day.
Which goes back to a month ago when Kevin Pelton told you, Mike, that people aren't calling the Sixers. Daryl Morey is the one making the calls.
Absolutely. So, and the trade, there's a plethora of deals that would work in this deal.
Yeah, so I ran the trade simulator a couple hours ago, Mike, just to give the audience some context. I had you choose between Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson, 2 players who are entering the final year of their contract. You said I want to go with Clarkson. So you could trade Paul George and 3rd overall pick to the Utah Jazz for John Collins, Jordan Clarkson, and KJ Martin. All 3 of those players are entering the final year of their contracts.
And then you would get the 5th pick and they would get the 3rd pick.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I would do that deal.
Now, how much better do you think that deal makes the 76ers?
How much better does it make the Sixers? I don't know if it make.
I mean, they certainly get younger, right?
Yes, John Collins is a younger player. Yes, than Paul George, no question. He's a free agent too. That's the part of it that I like. By the way, John Collins is a good player. It's not like he stinks.
By the way, that's $48 million you would be acquiring in money that comes off the books next summer.
Right. And now you're a player in free agency next year because
Correct.
Now you got an expiring contract of that size off the books.
Yeah. Because you're not just acquiring one guy that's coming off the books. You're acquiring 3 guys who are only here for 1 year if you don't want them beyond this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would do that deal.
Now, if you trade down, who do you think would be there for the Sixers at 5th overall?
A plethora of guys. Knipple, possibly Trey Johnson. And I like Trey Johnson a lot. I think Trey Johnson would be a guy that would fit in here well. I think he's probably one of the best shooters in the draft. He's very athletic. I think he's going to be a good scorer in the league. You would say, why not take him at 3? I wouldn't have a huge problem taking it at 3, but it's one of those things. Well, he's not really the 3rd pick in the draft. I like him better than I like. Ace Bailey, the one thing Bailey has going for him over everybody else is he's like 6'7.5".
Right.
And he has like a 7-foot wingspan. So he has the measurables. That puts him over the top.
Well, yesterday on the Sports Bash, Liberty Ballers Paul Hudrick told you this, Mike, about Trey Johnson, why he likes Trey Johnson as well.
I've been one of the people that has been on the Trey Johnson bandwagon. I thought from the onset people were kind of diminishing him a little bit and just kind of saying, oh, he's a shooter and that's it. He's a shooter, scorer, bucket getter. He's got the ability. He's got the physical intangibles. Like you said, a 6'10" wingspan, tested outstanding at the combine athletically. So I think he's got the tools where he could be. There's more there defensively. I didn't look at him and say, this is a guy who doesn't care defensively or doesn't play hard defensively. Maybe he was counted on so much on offense that it affected his defense. So maybe that changes at the next level.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. I would move back to 5, feel fine if I took Trey Johnson at 5 and got off the Paul George deal and got a player. Quite frankly, the team without Paul George, okay?
Your lineup then would be, let's say it's Maxey, Grimes, Oubre,
You don't have Grimes signed yet, but that's the anticipation.
Right. So Maxey, Grimes, Oubre, Collins, and Embiid. That would be your 5 projected.
Yeah, Maxey, Grimes,
Oubre.
If
he's still here,
Collins, and Embiid. And then you would have
Trey Johnson coming off the bench.
Right. You have this draft choice, number 5, Jared McCain. See what they end up bringing back. Bona would be in the – but you would have, like, Trey Johnson could – I mean, theoretically, if you drafted Trey Johnson, though, you might not sign Grimes.
Maybe not, but I think
They would be a little bit duplicitous.
They're different body types, though. I think Johnson is more of the, the Kelly Oubre style than the Grimes style, in terms of his, his length and him being able to guard multiple positions.
Trey Johnson, to me, I mean, him and I don't know, Kelly Oubre is like 6'8". He's long. I mean, Trey Johnson, I think, is only like 6'4". You would be getting a guy. Grimes is 6'4", by the way. You're getting a guy. We were talking about this yesterday with Paul. You would be getting another player, Trey Johnson, of the group of VJ Edgecombe.
Trey's 6'6".
Edgecombe's the 6'4" guy.
Edgecombe's the 6'4" guy.
Gotcha. All right. So then Trey Johnson.
Well, one site says 6'6", the other one says 6'7". Half a dozen one or the other.
Yeah, he's a little bit bigger than those guys. Grimes is 6'4". Getting Trey Johnson, you get a bigger player. Maybe. See, if you brought in any one of those guys, though, Edgecombe, 6'4", he's a smaller guy. Grimes, 6'4", smaller guy. McCain, 6'3", smaller guy. Maxey's the smallest of the group. He's only 6'2". You would have a lot of size issues in that backcourt. Johnson gives you a bigger player in there. But do you say, if we're drafting Johnson, we don't need to bring back Grimes, then your backcourt, because you have a bigger guy in 6'6" next to Maxey, you get a guy in Maxey and Johnson can play together in the backcourt.
Well, it's interesting because Hudrick brought up yesterday about guys like Edgecombe and Grimes, their body types actually fit the OKC model of their wing players, what Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers told you yesterday, Mike, on the Sports Bash.
Lou Dort is 6'4". He's built like a Mack truck, but he's 6'4", 6'5". He's not the biggest, tallest guy in the world. I look at Edgecombe and I look at Quentin Grimes, and those are two guys to me that they hover around 6'4", 6'5", but they're both solidly built. They're both strong. Edgecombe's a dynamite athlete, probably the best athlete in this draft class, and maybe even by a pretty wide margin. That's how I look at it, is just throwing those guys in there. And I just look at it from like the OKC standpoint of like, they're throwing those guys at you. They're throwing Caruso at you. They're throwing Aaron Wiggins at you, Isaiah Joe. Like, they have this mix of guys who are kind of built like a VJ Edgecombe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we talked about it on the flip side with Indiana. I mean, they've got Neesmith and Nemhart and Benedict Mathurin. All those guys are like 6'4", 6'5".
Right.
Like, they're all in that tweener, what used to be a couple of years ago, you would say, like, everybody was looking for length.
Right.
There's a bunch of guys who are smallish and like 4 or 5 of them, but we'll use 4 or 5 of them and just keep rotating them at you.
But also they're athletic. It's the idea that it's not a guy who's 6'4" and stiff. It's a guy that's 6'4", 6'5", with crazy lateral quickness and explosion and leaping ability. Like, you've seen the Pacers and OKC, those quote-unquote tweeners, as you call them, are also guys who can get rebounds. They can help push the break. They can run the break. They can get back on defense.
All right. So Andy Larson, who said that on the podcast, is there any mention of other teams that are in mix?
Yes. So on the Locked On Jazz podcast, he went out of his way to point out it's not just the Sixers who have been calling the Jazz.
There's been an offer presented for Walker Kessler, right? And certainly from the Lakers have shown significant interest all the way back to the trade deadline, certainly continuing now, and him being their future of the center, giving up multiple picks to get there. That is on the table right now. I don't know if the Jazz take it. We'll see what happens with it. I think most likely scenario is the Jazz stay at number 5. There have been, I think, talks with the Washington Wizards potentially jumping up to get their guy. I think more likely is Jazz draft kind of who does fall to them at number 5 among the kind of top 6, 7 players available.
So the one reason I would say, and I would look at that and say it is tough, is because the one reason that I think the Sixers make the most, well, as he said, the Sixers make sense for the draft slot. They don't make sense for the George contract. Right. I don't know why Utah would have any interest in that contract.
Unless they're playing just flip it for another deal.
Ooh, that's a risky proposition.
Well, you mentioned earlier when we were doing the Stump the Sports Geek, the Iguodala Bynum deal was a 6-team deal. I mean, there were so many moving parts. You had to go back and read the trade list 20 times.
Now you sound like Steven Ventnor, though. You're giving me some really irrational, illogical
It's not irrational.
trades.
It's something that's happened before.
Yeah, but you're talking about Iguodala. He had value. People liked him, and he was still in his prime years. How many years did Iguodala play after he left the Sixers? Another 10?
I was going to maybe like almost 10, yeah.
Paul George, I think people are ready to I have a hard time thinking that people, like the Jazz would take him on with the hopes of flipping him to somebody else.
That's what I just said.
Now you're saying, no, I'm saying I have a hard time thinking the Jazz would take him on with the hopes of flipping him to someone else. They would have to know.
They would already have another team lined up.
That they have a team lined up that would say, hey, if we got Paul George, would you be interested in him? And by the way, if that's the case, would the Sixers know what that team is and say, would you be interested in Paul George?
Maybe not. Maybe it's a scenario where
I can't imagine.
Yeah, they're not maybe all
with
fully
Daryl
communicating.
Morey. With Daryl Morey, I mean, doing his due diligence.
Daryl Morey's not the most popular guy in the league.
Come on, that stuff. These guys, as Pelton told us, Morey doesn't even have to make the calls. If someone's interested in Paul George, they know where to find him. The Sixers are probably saying, "Hey, we'll fly Dr. J to you. He'll talk to him there." Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. The draft is a week from tonight. The NBA draft is on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it is today's Bet365 play of the day. It's coming up next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day as we get ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Jeff in Ocean City says, hey, Mike, thanks for the WNBA winner last night. It's a winner, Josh. That's a winner. And that makes me 3-1 in WNBA picks. Follow my trends, and you shall be okay.
You are now 181, 123, and 1 overall.
It's a pretty good record, Josh.
I know. I track it every day.
All right, tonight I got a little 3-team baseball parlay for you guys. This one will get you a couple bucks, all right? You ready?
Ready.
Go with the Rays. This one's going to be a tough one because I'm going to throw Colorado in there. But the numbers say go Colorado. The Astros against the A's. And the Tampa Bay Rays against the Orioles. It's a 3-teamer. Put them together. You get plus 586 odds. And that's my Bet365 play of the day. Tampa Bay on the money line. Astros on the money line. Colorado on the money line.
Who's Colorado even playing?
Washington.
Gotcha.
Washington in this spot is 0 for their last 8 when they are playing as the straight-up favorite, including last night. They lost to Colorado.
There it is.
There you go. All right, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. I enjoyed bringing it to you, as I do each and every day, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The best of the Sports Bash is coming up next. What do we got?
Jeff Mosher, Mike McGarry, and more.
There you go. Check that all out right here on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night, everybody.